Afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Apple is reportedly ending its credit card partnership with Goldman Sachs. People familiar with the matter tell the Wall Street Journal Apple sent a proposal to Goldman to exit the contract. Mark Cuban is said to be working on a $3.5 billion majority stake sale of the Dallas Mavericks to the family who runs the Las Vegas Sands Casino. Transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney, connected to Bud Light's fall from first place in beer sales, lands on Forbes' 30 under 30 list. Stocks gained ground after the Federal Reserve's Christopher Waller signaled the Fed's done raising interest rates. The Dow rose 84 points. And Charlie Munger, who helped Warren Buffett build Berkshire Hathaway, dies at 99. I'm Carmen Roberts. That's your Fox Business Report. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
A growing number of lawmakers are jumping ship, many announcing retirement or that they're running for another office.
I've made one of the toughest decisions of my life and decided that I will not be running for re-election to the United States Senate. But what I will be doing is traveling the country and speaking out to see if there is an interest in creating a movement to mobilize the middle and bring Americans together.
6 senators, including West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, are leaving, and 32 members of the House, including Michigan Congressman Dan Kildee, a Democrat who just won a tough midterm race a year ago.
Hi, it's Dan Kildee, and I want to tell you directly, I have decided to not seek re-election, and I'll leave Congress at the end of my term on January 3rd, 2025.
He told the New York Times this session has been the most unsatisfying period in his time in Congress because of the absolute chaos and the lack of any serious commitment to effective governance. But some are running for a different office, mostly Democrats. Alyssa Slotkin is running for Senate in Michigan. Andy Kim is running for Senate in New Jersey. And 3 Democrats are running for the seat left vacant after the death of Senator Dianne Feinstein. For others, it's not chaos or another office.
When we finished the term, it had been 12 years. I didn't know how long I was going to do this to begin with.
Ohio Republican Congressman Brad Wenstrup is a doctor and Iraq war veteran, and he's retiring from Congress.
When I first ran, it was my 4th date with my wife when I said that I may run for Congress. And she said, well, okay, doctor, if that's what you feel compelled to do, then you should. I'm getting married, and shortly thereafter had our son, and then have our daughter. So my kids are 10 and 6. So it wasn't something I planned to do for a long, long time. Actually, I probably was there longer than I thought I would be. And it's primarily because of family. And yeah, I've always felt a sense of duty. I think it's part of why I wanted to become a doctor. It's been a great profession. And then a doctor soldier and deployed to Iraq, another call to service. And after that, I was giving talks on leadership and service, and people in my community said, you ought to run for office. So that's how I got here to begin with. And certainly I have stayed longer than I thought, but that's because I was enjoying it, and I still do. But it was time to come home. My wife and I really had made the decision, and we announced on my son's birthday. And if you saw my video announcement, they're all in it, and that gives you another reason why it's time to spend more time at home.
Okay, so these articles out there saying, it's Republican dysfunction is to blame for all these people wanting to retire. It has been a heck of a year, right? 2 speaker votes that took days, close to government shutdowns. But for you, it sounds like you would be willing to stay on. It's different, or was that part of your decision?
That wasn't. That was definitely historic. To see what was taking place as far as with the speaker election and controversies. But, the place has always been fraught with controversy. Our founders made it difficult for a reason, and it is difficult, and democracy is messy. But I'm glad to live in a country where we get to elect our leaders. And governing free people is not as easy as being a dictator, that's for sure. So that wasn't fun. But
I would imagine. But do you think others are leaving for certain reasons that are maybe because it's less fun? There's a quote from Congressman Earl Blumenauer that the politics of it isn't fun. But have you talked with other members like Dan Kildee of Michigan, Ken Buck of Colorado? Not to necessarily speak for them, but are you gleaning anything from why so many are leaving Congress right now?
Well, it's interesting because Dan Kildee came in with me, and we are on Ways and Means Committee together, and we're friends. And I would say for the last several years, as you see some of the things that take place, it wasn't the same as when we got here. And I think he and I and Derek Kilmer, another Democrat, I think we could probably say, some of our friends have been defeated and aren't here anymore. Jackie Walorski was a close friend of mine, and she died. And so, it becomes a little bit different place than you were used to. And so that may have something to do with it, because it's kind of like going back to your high school or college a couple of years after you graduate, and it's not quite the same. So, and I felt that somewhat, but not that had any part to do with our decision. It was really a family decision more than anything else. And, I intend to keep working when I leave here. And as I have said in the video I put out, I'm going to keep working to defend truth, justice, and the American way, which is what I grew up with watching Superman as a kid.
Does that mean going back into practice, or does that mean are you going to become a lobbyist?
That is not in the plans. No, I don't know what I'm going to do, and I may practice a little bit. That is definitely it. But I think there should be opportunities to engage in some things involving national security and health, 2 things that I've been very much involved since I've been here and throughout my life.
You were on the coronavirus task force. We watched some of those hearings that you chaired. You do bring the medical mind and the military mind, right? So, but do you feel like your work is done on that committee? It feels like, historically speaking, we still have a lot of unanswered questions. Or do you feel like you're maybe not getting where you wanted to be on that issue? Or how do you feel leaving that part of the job?
Well, that subcommittee is only for 2 years. And so, yeah, we do have more work to do. And I would say that on some of the parts of this, I have been and still continue to do on the Intelligence Committee, which is why I think the Speaker wanted me to stay on the Intelligence Committee, is because when COVID hit, I got very much involved with trying to discover the origins of COVID, but not only that, I was involved with trying to figure this out medically, what was going on with Operation Warp Speed. How do we treat this problem? How do we test for it? How do we diagnose? And so that all fits in with what we're trying to do with the subcommittee, which is to do better the next time, and so that we can be better prepared and maybe even predict the next pandemic. But I think as much as anything else, as part of this is we want to find ways that we can restore the public's trust in our public health system. And I think there are some things there that will come out that if we make some changes, we can do better as a country.
Okay, a few more for you. And because you're leaving, you get to speak more freely, right? So as part of anyone's calculation in your mind, and this might just be anecdotal from just talking to your fellow members, is any part of anyone's calculation about leaving any anticipation about how it might feel if former President Trump is the nominee again, and quite possibly if he's elected again?
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at all. Matter of fact, from the people that are leaving, from both sides of the aisle, the conversation has been, what can we get done in these last 13 months?
Okay, and if there was any dysfunction, right, that some of these articles are referencing about why people are leaving, if there was any of this dysfunction, it seemed to have come from members who said, we want to focus on reducing spending. And if you don't focus on that, then we can't vote for measures to avoid a government shutdown, right? And they were blamed for holding everything hostage, right? That was what the White House said. They were holding it hostage. So, but their concern was this debt. I think we're close to $34 trillion.
Yeah.
If the way they did it is not the way to do it, if withholding votes on spending to avoid a government shutdown isn't the way to address the debt, then what is in your mind?
If I look at the many things that we've been able to accomplish here within our office in Congress, it goes to something that I said when I first got elected. I said, I'm going to have my own PAC, and that's to try to be persuasive, articulate, and convincing. Because if you have a good idea, and reducing the debt is definitely one of them, and we've got to do this, you've got to be persuasive as to how and why we do it. Unfortunately, politics gets in the way too often, because I can remember, when you try just to reform and save a program like Social Security, you're trying to kill your grandmother. That becomes the political cry. So those are the challenges that are out there, but we have to do this, and we have to do this together. And unless we have the House, the Senate, and the White House, you have to find ways to persuade others that it's the best thing to do for the country, and rather than just saying, well, I can't vote for that. Well, I understand that. And you don't have to vote for certain things, but to get what you want, you're going to have to try and rein your colleagues in. And I think that there needs to be more of that done by a lot of people here. That it's not just say what you're against and things you'll never do, but how do you turn the tide? And that means working with your colleagues, and sometimes across the aisle. I want to get appropriations done. I don't like CRs. I don't like them at all. I want us to do our work. I want us to run like a business and get our work done and do it on time. But I look at Mike Johnson taking over as Speaker. Well, he's faced with a battlefield that's in front of him. And I think what we just did, for example, with the CRs, is to lay down a bunt, if you will, to advance the runner. We had to lay down the bunt so that we can continue to work on appropriations, and appropriations that should have a conservative bent to it in the House. And I think that that's what we have been doing as we do get through appropriations, but we've got to do it together.
And finally, on that Social Security front, we spoke to somebody with the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, and he said you cannot seriously talk about this debt without talking about entitlement reform, Social Security, Medicare. I know it's sensitive. Like you just said, you get accused of killing grandma. But for those of us in our 30s and 40s, I mean, yeah. we want somebody to just be honest with us. Should we prepare for like a different kind of safety net? Is anybody going to address this and not be so afraid about losing the votes, and just tell us what we need to prepare for if these are going insolvent?
Well, I'm on Republican Study Committee and been on the Executive Committee, and I and several members there have said, if reforming these programs so that they can continue to exist for the next generation like you, if that means it cost me my job, then it was worth it, because it's something that the next generation can thank us for. And, it's just like insurance. You have to look at things from an actuarial standpoint, and you have to decide, how we're going to save this. I mean, to be honest with you, you look at something like Social Security, it's your children that are paying for you, and if you look at numbers, if we have 1.8 children per family, that's not going to be enough for them to cover down for their parents, because that's really how this was all set up, is the next generation is paying forward for the current generation. And so it's supposed to be passed on like that. And we got to just face some of those realities and make adjustments so that we can save these programs. We have to be honest with where things are headed and why we might have to make some changes if we're going to keep it alive for the next generation like you.
Outgoing Congressman Brad Wenstrup, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Mommy, I don't feel good.
Oh, well, let me check you for fever. I've got this Exergen thermometer. Just sweep it across your forehead and... Ooh, 100.5. Yeah, you're staying home today.
That sure was fast and easy, just like at the doctor's office.
Mm-hmm. Doctors recommend these Exergen thermometers.
Clinically accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies, get your Exergen thermometer at Walmart and participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
SimpliSafe was named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors and HD cameras are powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for fast emergency response. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to get 50% off any new system today. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Join WIP's Devin Caney and former Birds great Jason Avant on Monday, November 20th for the Miller Lite Bar Blitz in Westchester. The Miller Lite Bar Blitz will stop by Barnaby's, Saloon 151, Jitters, and Kildare's Irish Pub. Enjoy Miller Lite specials, cheer on the Birds versus Kansas City, and meet Devin Caney and Jason Avant. You'll also have a chance to win the limited edition Kelly Green Miller Lite commemorative can and koozie while supplies last. For info, go to 94WIP.com. Must be 21. Tastes like Miller Time, Westchester. Celebrate responsibly.
Businesses to watch.
Armin's Red Tag Bonus Cash is back, and Armin Chevrolet is giving you freedom of choice. Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new Equinox LS or a new Trax LS for only $199 per month. 24 months, 10,000 miles per year. That's right. Choose either a new Armin Equinox or a new Armin Trax for only $199 per month. Visit ArminChevy.com for details on Armin's 35 available Equinoxes and Armin's 55 available Traxes. That's ArminChevy.com. Hurry. Red Tag Bonus Cash ends soon.
Businesses to watch.
Armin is proud to again be the #1 Chevrolet EV dealer in Pennsylvania. The incredible new 2024 Chevrolet Blazer EV has just arrived at Armin, and the affordable Bolt EVs are arriving daily. Visit ArminChevy.com and click on the Electric Future tab to learn more. Find new roads to Armin Chevrolet, where dealership meets friendship. Trax MSRP $21,495. Equinox MSRP $28,035. Tax tags bank fee additional $36.99. Down payment to its signing. Requires current lease now sold. Made bank approval ends 12/4/23.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. The Japanese Coast Guard says at least one of the 6 crew members aboard a U.S. military Osprey died today when it crashed into the sea off southern Japan. The search continues for the missing crew members near Yakushima Island.
The Osprey is a hybrid aircraft that can take off and land like a helicopter, then rotate its propellers to fly like an airplane. There have been at least 5 fatal Osprey crashes since 2012, causing 19 confirmed deaths.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Diplomats are trying to extend the Israel-Hamas ceasefire again as the two sides prepare for a 6th hostage prisoner swap and more aid convoys.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the ongoing humanitarian pause gives allies and partners the time to pull together more assistance to include water and shelter supplies.
Fox's Gernell Scott. America's listening to Fox News.
Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Associated Press is reporting that the Adelson family is in the process of buying a majority stake in the Dallas Mavericks. The deal would value the franchise at $3.5 billion. The report's saying it will take several weeks to complete the purchase, and that current Mavs owner Mark Cuban would remain in control of the team's basketball operations. Sheldon Adelson's widow Miriam and her family are now in charge of her late husband's massive casino business. The next to last college football playoff rankings of the season came out Tuesday. Two-time defending national champion Georgia remained number one, followed by Michigan, Washington, and Florida State. Final rankings come out Sunday. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
This is a new rule, and I think this should be a hard and fast rule for journalists with a capital J everywhere. Stop covering kids. Stop printing photos of them. Stop claiming that they're racist. Stop saying that the NFL or any organization needs to somehow release a statement because a broadcast showed a kid in face paint that's watching his favorite team play in Las Vegas, and now the NFL needs to react to it. If you are truly a journalist with a capital J, stop covering kids and calling them racist. The only racists involved in these stories are the racist journalists with a capital J, because we all remember being kids. And you know when everyone was the least prejudiced to anything was when they were a child. And by God, what a magical time when you could play with anyone, play sports with anyone. So stop dragging kids into this deadspin. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
'Tis the season to deck the halls, but why stop there? How about the kitchen? Forget the halls. It's time for Black Friday savings, now extended at Colonial Marble and Granite. Put $0 down and pay 0% interest on any countertop purchase of $19.99 or higher at any Colonial location from now through December 4th. Renovate your home for the holidays at Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Sale ends December 4th. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Jason Rants.
What's on your mind?
Mayors of America's biggest Democrat-controlled cities are among those jonesing for tax dollars to tackle a drug crisis they helped to create. Many of these mayors pursued radical policies that only fueled the epidemic. In a letter from 37 mayors, including those of Seattle, Portland, Philadelphia, and San Francisco, members of Congress are implored to approve President Biden's supplemental budget request. Their plea is mostly lifted from the White House press releases, arguing that $1.5 billion in grant funding to localities through the Department of Health and Human Services state opioid response allows them to effectively tackle a drug crisis fueled primarily by fentanyl flowing through the president's porous southern border. On paper, the funding seems noble. It's earmarked to expand access to recovery support services. But much of what the left pushes sounds better than the reality. As I expose in my new book, What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities, progressive proposals are often a facade. When you know how to decode their buzzwords, you can better understand and neutralize their destructive policies. The funding would bolster harm reduction strategies, which the radical left dresses up as evidence-based. It often does little more than enable addicts, distributing drug paraphernalia like fentanyl pipes, clean needles, and so-called booty bumping kits under the guise of reducing harm. The efficacy of these measures is dubious at best. Take Seattle, where officials suggest offering smoking supplies could open treatment doors, a claim they can't support. Neither Seattle nor Portland has shown interest in ending addiction. Seattle defunded the police, passing policies and legislation barring police from enforcing drug laws. The city hit record-high fatal overdoses along the way. Meanwhile, voters in Portland, fooled by a clever pitch, legalized drugs under the guise of treatment. See overdoses skyrocket. Nonprofits have Will these Democrat mayors actually put federal funds to good use? Their continued endorsement of harm reduction initiatives hardly inspires confidence. Take Philadelphia's mayor, Jim Kenney. He pushed for safe consumption sites in 2018, a misleading term for locations where addicts shoot up under medical supervision. Framed as a life-saving move, they're anything but. Their focus on enabling addicts means little time spent on treatment. Meanwhile, addiction soared, with the city seeing more than 1,400 overdose deaths in 2022 alone. San Francisco's response? Let nonprofits distribute drug smoking kits with little effort to encourage quitting. The results of handing out pipes, straws, tinfoil, and other tools to smoke fentanyl? A spiraling homelessness crisis and a ghost town downtown with a record high 33.9% office vacancy rate. While the federal government should contribute to cities grappling with drugs flooding the streets from our porous border, there's a pressing need for accountability and effective use of funds. Blindly pouring money into harm reduction strategies is a bottomless pit that will lead to a vicious cycle of dependency on federal aid without resolving the underlying issues. The money will be spent on harm reduction tools. Addiction will worsen. The cities will beg for even more money, and the Biden administration will cough it up. It will never end. Democrat-led cities face a stark choice. Cling to their failing harm reduction tactics or pivot to strategies that actually work, even if it clashes with their progressive dogma. While they've tried to correct their police defunding measures, they remain recalcitrant on harm reduction. Given their stubborn track record, taxpayers should think twice before granting them unlimited do-overs. The focus should be on directing funds toward treatment centers and other proven methods that thoughtfully utilize the criminal justice system to tackle criminal addicts. Cities that have already done this should be prioritized for funding. The time for relentless harm reduction strategies is over. It's time for real change, real accountability, and real treatment.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, I'm Jade, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the savoriness of the sausage, the fluffiness of the egg, and the butteriness of the biscuit. It's amazing. The perfect start to my day.
Hi, everyone. It's Justin. A little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the fluffy egg, the melted cheese, and the sizzling sausage. It's the start to your morning that you didn't know you need.
Order a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Do more together this holiday in a new Chevy. Take on more adventure in the strong and capable Chevy Silverado. More confidence in the Chevy Equinox, winner of the J.D. Power Award for initial quality among compact SUVs 2 years running. And more value in the all-new Chevy Trax with an available 11-inch diagonal touchscreen. Bring the holidays together in a new Chevy. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. For J.D. Power 2023 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, November 29th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, the associate producers. Loaded Wednesday show. Tony Bruno, live from Florida, coming up at 8:25 this morning. And a lot of other good stuff along the way. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Woo, I'm good. It is cold out there. Buddy Boy would not come in this morning.
He wouldn't come in?
He loved the cold.
See, I wouldn't go out. That's the difference between me and Buddy Boy.
It's like, oh, it's the waning moon. It's beautiful out here.
Uh-huh. Gregory, how are you?
Yeah, buddy. I did not have that problem this morning. I did not want to...
Go outside or just go?
Go outside. Do anything. Oof,
yeah.
So cold.
You should have stayed home and did the show remotely from the comforts of our kitchen tables?
I didn't say that.
Oh. Not that I've been thinking about it or planning it or rooting for it to happen.
Look at these state-of-the-art studios here at Odyssey World headquarters
that nobody ever shows up to,
except us.
Yeah, hey, it's like buying a 10,000 square foot home and only needing 1,500 square feet. Remarkable, but I don't make those choices. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. The DEI of Bidenomics will be the theme of the big take, stemming from an email from a listener yesterday. Also, even Joe Biden voters tell the New York Times that the economy is not thriving. So a lot of financial stuff in the first half hour or so. Plus, we gave you the mystery virus that was spreading like wildfire in China. So what has China decided to do? Reinstitute mask mandates and lockdowns. Must be an election coming up. So we're going to get something we'll get into. Keith Olbermann apparently has finally left Twitter.
Wow, breaking news.
Ding dong, the Wicked Witch is dead. We'll see how long it lasts for.
Ding dong.
And Melania getting ripped for her choice of fashion yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Of course.
Yeah. We're gonna have a YouTube still photo graphic breakdown today on the show, where we will assess whether or not the former First Lady was not properly outfitted. I think it's a big bunch of nothing, to be honest, but that's just me.
So jealous, darling. She's so beautiful.
Also, Hunter Biden is playing the victim card.
Victim.
Yeah, he is a victim. So we'll get to that. We've got all sorts of good stuff with Tony Bruno, some crazy stories as well, and also no more meat. If you want to help with the climate change, you're going to have to cut out red meat from your diet. We will continue with that story as well.
Enough with this.
I know. Even the vegetarians and the vegans are like, are you serious? Get a grip. Even Stalker, he's like, yeah, I had that Impossible Whopper a year ago, but for God's sakes, give it a rest.
I stopped. I stopped with the...
You went back to being a vegetarian?
No. I stopped not eating meat. I'm now fully on the meat train.
Okay.
The meat train.
Yes. Stalker's on the meat train at 6:04. You already can tell where this show's going. All right, let's get to the news. We'll try to get it back on track with some civility and some real journalism. For that, we go to the journalist of the show, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this Very chilly morning. It feels like it's about 24 degrees this morning. I'll tell you when we will heat up slightly today on this Wednesday, hump day. We always look forward to Tony Bruno on these days to warm us up, right? In the news this morning, Philadelphia police searching for a man who is accused of ambushing and assaulting a Wendy's store manager and holding up several employees at gunpoint. This is during an attempted robbery early this morning. So this is the way the day started for these individuals at Wendy's, right? Investigators say this happened in the wee hours of the morning along the 900 block of Cotman Avenue in the city's Burholm section. So police say that this guy hid in the bushes outside the Wendy's, then ambushed the manager just as she was getting into her car. So officers say he put the 25-year-old manager, got her in a headlock, then pistol whipped her in the head and the face, in her face, with his firearm.
Pistol whipped a female in the face.
Yes, lady manager. So it happened, it looks like it happened about 2 a.m.-ish. So they were coming off of a late night shift, had to clean up, close up, that sort of thing. She comes out to her car, and this guy's waiting.
It's just awful. It's just awful. I didn't even realize Wendy's were still open that late, to be honest. I thought they shut down around 11, but must be in an area where they feel like they can still make some business at 2 a.m.
Yeah, well, maybe they were cleaning up post. I'm not positive. I'll check on that one. But in any event, this guy pulls her back into the restaurant where the 4 other employees were waiting for their rides because it was cold.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that they had shut down, cleaned up, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Now they're waiting inside, just waiting for their rides, but keeping warm. And all of this, the good news is everything was captured on surveillance video.
Good.
So ultimately, terrifies these Wendy's employees, points the gun at them, forces them into a rear office, and was threatening to shoot and kill the manager during this horrible struggle, forces everybody into the back office, demands money, goes through the empty cash registers, but the cash had already been deposited into the safe, and they don't have access to the money.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're panicking. It was just it sounds like a terrifying situation. Ultimately, the guy then, he believes them. He leaves.
Good.
So minor injuries, not life-threatening, but as far as the lady manager that you pointed out, this lady has some, serious lacerations to her face, her head, not to mention the psychological and emotional scars going on here.
Yeah.
I mean, Wendy's does have some good spicy chicken sandwiches.
Yeah. Hey, give me the Frosty and nobody gets hurt.
Stop.
I remember when I was working at Foot Locker in college, speaking of bank deposits, we would close at 9 o'clock at the Palmer Park Mall, and we'd have to walk across the street to, I think it was a Santander bank, and we would have to drop off the deposit in the little chute. And we were always worried. You always had to go with 2 people over to make off the deposit.
They trusted kids to do that?
Well, it was either the manager or the assistant manager would close, and then one of the part-timers, which I was a part-timer at that time, would go with them. We had to follow them over before we went to our car.
That seems ambitious.
Yeah.
Well, because you're like a strong guy. So that's probably why they wanted you as well.
Damn
that's
right,
what I
John.
would want.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
FAFO.
I want a big, strong man to walk me to, and I wish maybe they'll do that at this Wendy's walk.
Yeah. Yeah. But you said they had the safe inside the restaurant itself.
Yeah, so I guess it's like you're saying, except you had to walk. So the safe, they have to deposit everything into it.
Yeah.
Once they do that, they don't have the access to open it back up.
Gotcha.
So they're searching for this guy, but like I say, they're releasing that video, and they feel confident they're going to catch this individual. In Lower Pottsgrove Township, Pennsylvania, they have a suspect in custody after, and we're getting a few details on this one as police there in Lower Pottsgrove Township. This is Montgomery County. They say that 85-year-old Margaret Seltman was found dead inside the home there on the 1900 block of North Kime Street. And the officers responding to that 911 call. Her death has been labeled a homicide. They are scheduling the autopsy for today, hopefully shedding light on exactly how she was murdered. So we know that the DA's office says they do have a suspect in custody. We don't know the circumstances there. In Bucks County, this is a disturbing story this morning. We're learning new details about this Bucks County man. He's being held on a $20 million bail.
$20 million?
Oh, Nick.
Listen to this story, dude.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he is. Okay, here's the thing. If somebody is very friendly and they say they have home fix-it skills and they're going to fix up your home and they're going to watch your kids, do not trust that person ever.
Okay.
If it seems too good to be true, right?
Mhm.
This guy befriended families with young children, and he is charged with multiple sex crimes against these little kids. He's identified as 28-year-old Brian Nathaniel Harris of Bristol, PA, accused of engaging these horrifying abusive acts with multiple children that he was entrusted to spend time with. And so they've identified so far 3 young victims, male and female, young kids. And this, according to the first assistant DA there in Bucks County, I should say, Jennifer Shorn. She says they do have credible evidence and reasons to fear there are many more victims.
Hence the $20 million bail, guys.
Yes.
Now it all adds up.
So they're
Jesus.
releasing, pictures of him, and they're asking anyone, please come forth if this man maybe said he would do handyman work or home improvement work in your home and you have young children. He's also accused of sharing some of these photos. So in other words, he's accused of abusing these young children, taking photos, taking videos, and then spreading these sicko videos.
And so the point of entry for this guy, he was basically using his handy skills as the way to gain access to some of these properties, and then ultimately with the motive of what you just mentioned.
Yes.
Wow.
So these victims so far are very young. The youngest child is 2 years old. 2. So they're putting out the word, putting out the photographs. They want to hear from you if maybe you have any information on this guy. But prosecutors say a single image came in as a cyber tip to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That was how this began. Somebody somewhere saw something, got the tip and sent it in. And that's why it's important. If you see anything like this, just send in those tips. I have to end on a brighter note.
Please.
I know. I'm sorry. It's, we have an Ardmore family on the main line. They confirm that 2 of the hostages released yesterday by Hamas have ties to our region, to the main line. In fact, Ardmore. So one of them, 84-year-old Dietza Hyman, she was taken away from her home October 7th, where she was staying there in a small neighborhood about a mile and a half from Gaza, as well as her young grandson. And so this is an incredible story. She's now hospitalized, and she's in stable condition, 84, but the family members speaking out about Disa, the grandmother, and her grandson. So the IDF said the hostages were taken through Egypt before heading to a meeting point in Kerem Shalom in Israel. An incredible story as this is unfolding with local ties. Just joyous reaction from the family members here in this area. You think of, Hanukkah next week.
Sure.
And oh, my goodness. So thank God that that Mrs. Hyman and her grandson as well, they are, they're reported in good spirits, and they're coming back home to the Ardmore, to the main line of Philadelphia. But thank God, as we think about this extended ceasefire, and we have more hostages to be released later today. But this is some bright news for our region for sure.
All right, very good.
All right.
A little positive to end it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something that's hopeful for these families, and just the tears of joy by them, and thankful that they're going to come home. Still some 147 hostages to be released. Let's take you to the weather. 26 degrees. It feels like it is 18 degrees right now, so please bundle up if you're headed outdoors. So today we're headed up to 38 degrees for the high today, bright sunny skies. And I guess Tony Bruno coming on today will bring us maybe some warmer weather, because tomorrow we begin a warm up for you Thursday, 51 degrees, bright sunny skies. Friday, 50 degrees, but we will see some rain showers moving through, and that'll warm us up for Saturday, 58 degrees for your Saturday, 58.
Yeah.
It's going to feel like a heat wave.
Yeah, baby.
We will have some clouds, but it's going to be nice.
The Bidens will be skinny dipping.
Woo! Polar plunge, baby. Yeah, I know you have a lot of Biden stories, a lot of Hunter Biden news, but this is First Edition Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15, middle of the week. Let's get to another big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, the DEI of Bidenomics. You know, the Biden administration will be remembered for a litany of failures, miscues, and public relation nightmares. But atop the list, they will always be remembered for their mantra of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and their failures that comes along with it, as well as how awful the economy was under Joe Biden's watch. But staying true to their brand, Bidenomics also believes in DEI, as in Americans of all ages, races, religions, genders, and sexual orientations have been crushed by the Biden economy. Yesterday on the show, I mentioned in passing that 24% of Americans are still paying off their credit card debt from the 2022 holiday season. I also mentioned the cost of poultry, pasta, and pizza up 32, 14, and 18% respectively. And during the cut sheet, we heard from the binder touting how well the economy is doing, and she exchanged barbs with Fox's Peter Ducey. We were also told by the big guy that Thanksgiving dinner was the fourth lowest cost on record last week, dating back to 1986. From Generation Z to millennials to Gen Xers to baby boomers and beyond, nobody of any age group is immune to the squeeze that Bidenomics has been placing upon Americans. Yesterday, we received an email from a listener of Kayal and Company, and the email comes from Don, who lives in Franconia, Pennsylvania. The subject is cost of living, and Don wrote the following to us. He says, I am 82 years old, and I've been retired for 14 wonderful years. I love my wife and 3 adult children dearly. Both my wife and myself are in pretty good health, and we both enjoy sports, oldies music, listening to talk radio, and basically living the good life. We are not travelers, and occasionally we enjoy going to oldies music shows. I also go to high school sports games approximately 15 times a year. We have lived in the same rented house for 12 years without paying a rent increase, and we have owned the same car for the last 7 years. In other words, we live very frugally. My youngest son lives in the house we have owned for 45 years. We both have CDs, savings accounts, checking accounts, money invested in the stock market, receive Social Security, Medicare, supplemental health insurance, and I receive a pension. Don goes on to say, we actually had a net worth 3 years ago higher than when I retired. With that said, I certainly have a net worth much less today than 3 years ago. Perhaps someone can explain to me what happened over the last 3 years, as you might be experiencing the same kind of a problem. Hopefully, if you were in the same boat, something will happen going forward that will reverse this downward spiral. After all, next year hopefully will present new opportunities, as hope always springs eternal. That is a great email that Don sent us yesterday, and the reality is everybody under Donald Trump was living a far more prosperous life. But the Biden administration, they'll blame Trump, they'll blame COVID, they'll flat out lie to your face that the economy is great, and it's simply not true. Don is 82, and Don is not alone. Other than the 1%, I don't know a soul who isn't feeling the pinch. And here are some of the absurd price jumps that we are paying for. Since January 2021, this is the percentage increase in cost for the following food items. Flour is up 35%. Baby food and formula up 29%. Bread up 26%. Frozen fruits and vegetables up 26%. Poultry up 25%. Ground beef up 24%. Lunch meats up 23%. And soups up 21%. But how about these other costs? Home heating oil is up 75%. Diesel fuel, 73%. Gasoline, up 47%. Leasing a vehicle, 42% more expensive. A vehicle repair, up 38%. Delivery services, up 27%. Pet food, up 24%. Natural gas and electricity, 23.5%. Propane, 22.5%. Airline fares, up 21%. And even tires, up 19%. Bidenomics breaks the bank. Repeat it with me, everybody. Bidenomics breaks the bank. But it goes beyond goods and services. the economy is impacted by policymakers and decisions from Washington that are connected to even things like the UAW strike and the Biden administration's upcoming EV mandate. Here is economist Diane Furchtgott-Roth speaking on behalf of the Heritage Foundation, talking about how the government dictates in a planned economy will destroy the livelihoods of Americans. Listen and watch this.
The UAW had such a single-minded focus on getting more money for their members that they forgot even to try to help out farmers, families, and other workers and unions. The Biden administration's electric vehicle mandate puts the economy at the mercy of government dictates in a planned economy that will destroy the livelihoods of small business, non-unionized workers, and eventually even unionized auto workers without making car companies more competitive or solving climate change challenges. This will put our children's future at the mercy of China. If the UAW were truly interested in helping its members and American families, it would have pushed for Detroit and other auto companies to try to continue to make the internal combustion engines and hybrids that Americans want to buy, rather than going all electric in 2035. What would help all American working families is getting rid of the Biden EV mandate, which you, senators, and the House of Representatives did not pass.
I would take it a step further. How do you help American families? You just get rid of Biden, period. So how are today's youth living their lives in this awful economy? Bloomberg had a story with this headline. YOLO consumers are buying Taylor Swift tickets and traveling to Paris as savings drop. That's right, Taylor Swift tickets, trips to Paris, and dining out. Consumers splurge even as savings fall. Shoppers are prioritizing spending on experiences over goods. So we should all sleep well at night knowing that the fate of our nation's economy in the future is in the hands of the YOLO consumer. YOLO meaning you only live once. Since Joe Biden took office, overall prices up 18%, food prices 21%, the cost of buying a home 46%, even renting a place, 18%. Oh, and if you want electricity, that's an additional 25% boost. Joe Biden loves to say, not a joke. No, Joe, actually, it is. The cost of living in your world is a total joke, and it's very diverse, equitable, and inclusive in who it punishes. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you would like to jump in, thoughts and reactions certainly are encouraged. 855-839-1210. The phone number, 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, you can join us on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction to that, as well as the New York Times latest article where they actually went out and spoke to Biden voters who all say the economy is not thriving. Those details when we continue. Kayal and Company on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Black Friday sales event is cruising into Delaware County, and Vidian Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has what you're looking for. Steve Vidian and his family have been selling and servicing the Jeeps, trucks, and cars of suburban Philadelphia for nearly 70 years.
Unbelievable selection? Vidian's got it. Fabulous pricing? Vidian's got it. Elite customer service? You know it.
Welcome the holidays with style and drive home in a new 2024 Wrangler Sport 4XE. There's one on the lot just for you. Shop Vidian.com 24/7 today. 36 month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $5,549 down, $329 plus tax, tags, and acquisition fees.
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at SEPTA.org/partner programs. That's SEPTA.org/partner programs.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue Product Consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Kitsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 3. Find out why it's a great time to buy or sell your home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate Saturday afternoon at 3.
This Christmas, unwrap the magic at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Discover diamonds that dazzle with the 5 C's: color, cut, clarity, carat, and the cozy touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. And of course, there's the cozy difference, where every piece is a masterpiece. Make this holiday unforgettable with a gift from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Visit us online at cozyjewelers.com or visit us today and let the 5 C's of cozy light up your Christmas.
Howdy, I'm Hank, and I'm a plumbing pro who installs Bradford white water heaters. I've done so many, my buddies call me Hank the Tank. If you want a reliable, efficient, long-lasting water heater that's built to be the best, you want Bradford White, and you can only get one from a pro like me. How you heat your water matters, so make it a Bradford White water heater. Check out BradfordWhite.com and find a pro like me. Take it from Hank the Tank. Choose Bradford White.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Confidence is super high this fall in Philadelphia sports, and I want to tell you why you should be super confident getting your car serviced at United Tire. Right now, you will get the very best pricing of the year with their Black Friday sales event. Great prices, best rebates, and most of all, quality service work, plus owners providing tremendous customer service. Now through December 5th, save big and choose who services your car. Choose United Tire and Service. Go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own crash-proof game plan.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Denis on Eagle Road in Havertown, Saturday, January 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
For all of you who love to cook Italian, here's a mouth-watering message from Cento.
Chicken parmigiana and tuna capellini, gnocchi alla rosa sauce, pomodoro frittata, pappardelle, percitelli, pasta caponata.
How do you give those dishes authentic old world flavor? Authentic Italian cooking begins with Cento. Cento for taste that sings. Cento. Trust your family with our family.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
On the streets, look at me. I'm tattered.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 629, live on a Wednesday morning. Great to have all of you in. Bundle up. It's chilly out. What's on the cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Tony Bruno, 8:25. Great morning mystery movie clip prize yet again today at 9:20. And all sorts of good stories as we move along this morning. But I'm thinking about this yesterday, and this is obviously a no-brainer, but it needs to be reinforced and reiterated with all of these Republican presidential primary candidates, Donald Trump and everybody else. And, of course, we're just about a day and a half away. Tomorrow night we get the debate between Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis with Sean Hannity on Fox News at 9 o'clock. But if you are going to sit here and say that since June of 2022, since Roe v. Wade got kicked back down to the states from the Supreme Court, if you are going to make the case that Republicans' biggest issue in losing elections is Roe v. Wade, is abortion, which is probably very accurate, then I would say, What is the ace up the sleeve? What is the winning formula or the blueprint for Republicans to win moving forward in the future? It's very simple. Economy, economy, economy. Economy, inflation, gas prices, cost of living, however you want to phrase it, kitchen table issues, the grocery store. Yes, crime is a major issue. Yes, the southern border, major issue. But the economy is number one, and then 2A and 2B is the crime, and then the border issues, and then down to the school stuff that we talk about on down the list. And when you hear some of these prices, like it should be a simple message to convey to the American public about how bad Joe Biden's economy is. I don't want to hear about the unemployment rate or anything like that. I've got a receipt that one person posted yesterday on social media, and it compares the prices of certain grocery store items from January 2020, which was actually pre-pandemic officially, compared to just this past month of October 2023. I mean, orange juice has gone up from $2.32 to $3.67. A 12-pack of soda, which is bad enough for you, $4.33 to $6.77. Coffee's up almost $2 per whatever the metric they are using here, from $4.17 to $6.18. White bread is up 65 cents. Eggs, yogurt, romaine lettuce, potatoes, milk, butter, 2-pound bunches of bananas. The only thing on this receipt that has gone down is tomatoes. I don't know. Maybe the tomatoes are like the steal of the century right now. They're down about looks about 35 cents per pound, I would presume. But and I said this all the time on the show, I go grocery shopping just for myself. And on the weeks where it's not the one time a month where I need all the toiletries and the toothpaste and the mouthwash and that stuff, $125, $130. And I'm not buying ribeyes and strip steaks, folks. I'm eating like a college kid at 39 years old. The cost of living is just astronomical. So
to be fair, though, what is the normal increase? Because we know goods go up every year, all the time.
Yeah, but overall, it's look at the pandemic. It's so post-pandemic over several years, it's like 18%.
Mm-hmm.
It's significant.
Right.
The bread, okay, first of all, cut out the soda and the white bread.
Yes.
All processed, chemical, nasty.
Causes cancer.
Right? But you think of Ukraine, isn't it called the bread bowl or the wheat bowl of the world or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's an example of we need to grow our own stuff or have enough that we don't have to rely on the shipments from around the world. Because everything's, obviously, even though fuel has come down a bit, fuel is everything.
Yep.
So the fact that the fuel cost, the shipping cost, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So the more local you can get it,
right,
the lower price it's going to get. But I think overall, to answer your question, Greg, I think the number is about 18% over several years.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, the receipt says grocery store.
Yeah, I think this person just typed up a side by side.
I get it
to show the comparison.
I understand. I don't. Look, we all know you have to be living in a cave if you don't know that prices of everything have gone up everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm not discounting that 100% at all. All I'm saying is that first of all, I don't always trust everything I see on the internet. You shouldn't either. Secondly, it's too generic. We don't know where these people are shopping. To Dawn's point, you can get deals anywhere. We had that. You were when you were off last week. We had Jason Chaffetz say that he spent $90 on a turkey, and everybody's like, "Wow, the price of turkey is really astronomical." I don't know. My wife and I got a 17-pound turkey for $17 or $18 or something
right.
like that. So and he showed the receipt.
Mm-hmm.
He showed. And it was some free range young turkey thing that he got at some, bougie store.
Right.
So it all depends on where you're shopping too.
It does. And I think we also, and there's many different facets to this. We could talk about the cost to fuel your car, the cost to heat your home, electricity, utilities, things like that. I'm just looking specifically from the grocery store standpoint. We live in a day and age now where we have a lot of really specialty, high-end, bougie grocery stores. and I don't shop at them. Like I'm a Giant shopper, right? Like I don't go to Whole Foods or there used to be a chain up in the Lehigh Valley years ago. It probably still is up there, like a Wegmans. Like those places are typically far more expensive.
Wegmans is everywhere, bro.
Is Wegmans everywhere?
Yeah, there's one in Warrington.
I don't see Wegmans down here too often. But yeah, I'm a different cat.
You need to get out more. Like it's like I've never seen that here before. I've only seen it there.
I always thought it was more of a Lehigh Valley thing.
Oh my no.
Okay.
It's all over South Jersey.
It's everywhere.
But it's the point being, as we get sidetracked here with my bad life, is that a lot of these grocery stores are very expensive. Like you go to the what's lower than a Giant? I would suppose an Aldi's is probably the cheapest that you can get.
You know, we have to do a segment like let's go shopping with Nick.
I would like to actually do a compare and contrast. Give me the 5 most popular grocery store chains in this listening area, and I want to go and see what the cost of orange juice is at Aldi's to Giant to Wegmans to Whole Foods to whatever the highest end place is. I don't know if that's a Whole Foods, a Costco, whatever else might be out there that I don't shop at. But I would just love to see the difference in price in all of those. But, when you look at the economy, this is where it's so frustrating with Republicans because we talk about how important the candidate is and the message is. Well, the message is right there. Like, I don't know what else you can do to show these certain candidates that if you just drill home the economy.
Yeah.
And I think Trump does it better than anybody else because he executed it the first 3 years.
Let me ask you guys a question. This is a serious question. We say this all the time. It's the economy stupid. Like James Carville said it about Bill Clinton in 1992. Everybody always says, it's it's basic. It's the economy. Does anybody really vote on the economy?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
Do you really believe so? Enough to matter?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there's too many people that vote with their feelings. But to answer your question specifically, I do believe people do.
What you just said there is my problem with the whole economy thing.
Yes.
Is that I think people vote on emotions and feelings more
No
than
question.
they do on their pocketbook.
But when your emotions are, so if the economy's bad, if you're out of work or you're struggling or you can't buy the stuff you want to do, what you want to buy, your groceries, whatever, what does it do? Talk about emotions. It's tough on your relationship. Divorces go up. Domestic violence goes up. I mean, so unrest, if you will. So when I say peace and prosperity, when I talk about that, what I mean also is it's peace at home. When you have prosperity in the world, look at what happens worldwide.
Well, life's a lot better when you come home from work and you see your significant other and you're not stressed out financially.
Yep.
Like that's an automatic great way to start at 5:05 p.m. when you walk in the door, right?
Because you get snippy, right?
Yeah,
of
course.
Just to be, I don't mean to be trite about it, but it's aggravating that you're frustrated. You can't buy the thing that you wish you could buy, or it's coming up on the holidays. This is such a stressful period of time right now. But yeah, Greg, I think ultimately there's also to your point, a subconscious level to it where people just feel bad because the economy's bad.
Yep, no doubt about it. And to your point about voting on the economy versus voting with your emotions, the New York Times with an article out saying even most Biden voters don't see a thriving economy. They go on to say, presidents seeking a second term have often found the public's perception of the economy a pivotal issue. It was a boon to Ronald Reagan. It helped usher Jimmy Carter and George H.W. Bush out of the White House. Now, as President Biden looks towards his re-election campaign, there are warning signals on that front, with overall consumer sentiment at a low ebb despite solid economic data. Even Democrats who supported Joe Biden in 2020 say they're not impressed with the economy. In a recent New York Times Siena College poll of voters in the 6 battleground states, 62% of those voters think the economy is only fair or poor, compared with 97% for those who voted for Donald J. Trump. They go on and they spoke to a couple of individuals in this article. One man named Oscar Nunez, who's 27, and he's a server at a high-end restaurant in Las Vegas. Mackenzie Kaiser and Lawson Millwood, who are in their early 20s, who just purchased their first home. And they basically talk to these people about the economy. They all say the economy is bad, yet to your point, Greg, about voting with your emotions, these individuals in interviewed by the New York Times are basically, and I'm paraphrasing here, yeah, the economy stinks, but I'll probably still vote for Joe.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Is that when you have two candidates that are so wildly unpopular and you put them up against one another
and polarizing,
it is going to be emotion that puts one of them over the top. It's not going to be the economy. Some people may say it is, but I think when it really comes down to it, like, yeah, I know, and everything's up like 25%, but like that guy,
yeah,
I don't know if I can vote for that guy.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I just think that it's an easy thing, and even my car in the YouTube chat says so many people don't pay attention to politics, but they definitely think about it when it hits their wallet. I agree with that, but I think when it really comes down to in the voting booth, they're just like, yeah, I know, but I can't.
Yep.
And they still vote for Biden or whoever.
But I think to your point about somebody saying, I'm still going to vote for Biden, he also is right now, I think he has the union vote. I think that's a piece of it. Trump got a lot when he won in 2016. He got a lot of that working man, working person union vote.
Right.
I think Biden right now, the unions are divided. When you think of police and all the COVID mandates and all of that, that works against Biden. But as far as the unions, by and large, what I see, they do often go for Biden because they feel like, okay, he's going to support us and the teachers union, obviously.
Sure.
The unions themselves or the union bosses, because I know a lot of, we said at a study a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago now, where the union top bosses support the Democrats, but like the everyday
guy,
union families are support Trump.
Right.
But like the UAW, remember when in Michigan, and we talked about this. The UAW, those union workers, Trump had, I think, those workers in 2016. But remember, when Trump went there, he spoke at another area where they were non-union workers.
Yep.
Biden was there with the union members.
Yep.
And when he's here in Philadelphia, what does he do? He's talking to all the unions. He's saying, I'm your guy. I think that vote is in play.
Yeah.
Obviously not the teachers' vote. We've talked about that a lot. What other, but I think organized labor, that's in play right now. Will Trump or a Republican candidate, will they get that vote?
855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in on the conversation, 855-839-1210. Coming up next, we'll put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. We gave you the story yesterday about the mysterious pneumonia type issue going on in China. Well, China has now returned with 2 words you never want to hear again in this country. We'll get to those details as we continue. Kayal and Company on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Get up to 15% off brand new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokees, Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's up to 15% off new Grand Cherokees, Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 350 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Is your home in need of new windows and doors, but you've decided to brave through one more cold season before making the plunge? Well, let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the end-of-the-year sale from the great people at Guida Door and Window. Guida is bringing back their biggest discounts of the year. Receive 40% off each window you buy. Yes, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money, because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st, so call Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you. Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 646 as we continue live here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet 1 hour from now? Tony Bruno at 8:25. Also, some really good stories as we move into the second hour. We know Elon Musk was over in Israel getting a tour of everything that was going on in the Middle East, and now Hamas has extended an invitation to Elon Musk. Yeah, I'm not sure I would take that. Yeah, the Taliban's offering an all-inclusive tour. I think I'll pass on that, Bob. Thank you. So we'll get to that story as we continue this morning. Also, Nikki Haley gains a big-time endorsement that many thought would go to Ron DeSantis. We'll get into this story. I'm starting to wonder if maybe Nikki is peaking a little too early and if she'll flame out. We'll have that conversation. And also, the possibility that debates will not happen. And we're not talking about ridiculous debates on the JV level between Newsom and DeSantis. We're talking about on the varsity stage. We'll get to that story as well. But yesterday we gave you the story about this, mysterious virus that is kind of going on in China, and everybody's like, oh boy, here we go again. And now we have further details and measures to try to curb, or as our favorite little scientist once said, Tony Fauci, flatten the curve. China is bringing back masks and social distancing in a chilling version of a lockdown over a mystery outbreak 4 years removed from COVID. This story is from The Sun. China has brought back masks and social distancing as they try to battle this mysterious pneumonia outbreak 4 years removed from the COVID-19 pandemic start. There's been alarming footage that has emerged of mask-wearing crowds inside Chinese hospitals as fears of a new pandemic sweep across the globe. Areas in the north of the country, such as Beijing, have been hit the hardest, with reports emerging last week that hospitals are being overwhelmed with sick children. A common bacterial infection called Mycoplasma pneumoniae has circulated since May, but is now showing ground glass opacity in lung scans, an indicator of severe respiratory illness, also known as, quote, white lung syndrome. Sounds a little racist. I don't know about that. But many parents are deeply worried and are having to wait at least a day just to receive emergency care. However, don't panic yet, Americans. China continues to insist that the flu and the usual winter bugs are to blame for the latest outbreak rather than a new virus.
Okay, then.
And you can cope with this spike in sickness by doing what you normally do. It followed up with the largest pediatric hospital in nearby Tianjin reportedly receiving more than 13,000 children coming through their doors. The concerned spread of illness comes as the nation enters its first full winter season since lifting strict COVID-19 restrictions last December. They also say while the U.S. and U.K. also have seen spikes in infections like RSV and flu after pandemic rules were lifted, China's have been seen on a much larger scale. And another reassuring tidbit here. Things escalated further last week when the World Health Organization was forced into a rare public intervention, formally requesting further information from Beijing on the infections. And the WHO has concluded and said no unusual or novel pathogens have been detected in data provided by China. So China has said, look, this is just the flu. Relax, everybody. China has told the WHO, here's all the information you need, nothing to see here. And the WHO, much like the CDC and the NIH, they all fall all over themselves. They're all an abject disgrace. So knowing that China and the WHO have said, nothing to see here, folks, just keep it moving, we shouldn't even worry. We should not worry. I feel much better.
Look, the fact that China's bringing masks back and their social distancing is not unusual. I mean, that place, they have masks all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm not super worried about that. The pneumonia thing that's happening over there, that's seeing all this hospitalization,
mostly children too.
You have to worry. I worry about that stuff, but
okay.
I don't know.
The thing that bothers me is it's just when you hear who the sources are, what they're telling you, the measures that they are going to go back to, which we have seen, we know, does not really work. You can't just have everybody masked up. You can't. The social distancing thing is such a facade. Remember when they tried to do 6 feet? And then they were like, actually, it's 3 feet. Or maybe it was vice versa. It was a shorter distance, and then it was a larger distance. And then, of course, the dreaded word that nobody ever wants to hear again, lockdown.
Yeah.
We're not even, one presidential election cycle through since the last pandemic. And this is the thing that bothers me, and this is really the part that worries me. And I don't think Americans are going to tolerate it the second time around, is they're going to go back to their same failed methods and measures that did not work the first time around. And then we're going to have, and we just talked about this yesterday, the New York Times article on the impact of school closures for COVID on children and how, we're looking at maybe the worst education failure in the history of this country. So you're going to go back to that? Is the teachers union going to play the same game and the same charade yet again? As after all the data that we have gathered that has shown how catastrophic these measures were in setting back people? And then maybe the only thing is close to setting your child back academically, socially, and developmentally is the audacity of some of these bureaucrats that went around and tried to tell you as a small business owner. And I think a lot of people believe that, small business owners, the reality is you still usually live paycheck to paycheck. Most small business owners are not living lavish rock star lifestyles. The audacity of those people to show up and say, your business is not deemed essential. Like, how dare the government tell me that my business is not deemed essential? The business that I use to pay my rent, to pay my mortgage, to pay my bills, and to feed my kids. And you're going to tell me I'm not essential, but yet Target and Walmart is essential?
That was one of the most, there were so many infuriating things that happened during the pandemic, but that was one of the most infuriating ones, that they deemed what stores, and it was always the big corporate box stores that were deemed essential. Those were fine.
Right.
But the mom and pop stores or the small businesses, they were like, no, you close your doors because the government tells you to, or the state tells you to. And a lot of people lost their businesses.
Yeah, Deborah's beauty salon, Susie's nail salon, not essential. Tell that to the person that uses that money to pay their bills every 2 weeks.
Some instant feedback here from a bunch of the stuff that we're talking about. Chris in Jersey writes, Nick is the new Patrick from SpongeBob. They both live under a rock. Wegman's just a Lehigh Valley thing, really, bro?
Patrick.
On the electorate voting on the economy, Al writes, I totally agree. If it was the economy, then Republicans wouldn't have lost the presidential and subsequent elections where a red wave was predicted. The swing voters have money and don't care about economy. It's all about grabbing, abortion and emotions. Data Dave writes, the biggest problem with the Republicans and Democrats in the House and Senate is they're not affected by this. They don't notice the cost of bread, $150 plus for his F-350 Dawn 100%. Everything revolves around cost of fuel. So,
Okay.
Let me see here. What else do we have? Exile Kraken says, I hear what you're saying, but we also have to consider that all the data from the previous elections has been exceptionally sloppy and makes it difficult to gauge true electorate sentiment.
Okay. There you go. Keep the comments coming in. You can also jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT and on the phones at 855-839-1210.
One more. Mark says, everyone is talking about the price of small things. Our heat pump just died, and our minimum quote is $10,000. Most of us don't have $10,000. Sitting around under Trump, it would have been easier.
Yeah. I remember in late August, early September, I was golfing with Bill from down the hall on the B Morning Show, and he was telling me about his HVAC system going for the summer. And not only was the cost absurd to get that fixed, the wait time was absurd. He was like on a 6-week waiting list.
Yep.
He had to get like little floor units for his air conditioning.
It's crazy, and these things used to be built to last.
Yeah,
they're not anymore.
You know,
Right.
it would last you 20 years at least, and now it's I have a system. What is it? 5-6 years old, and it's constantly every 90 days. I'm calling.
Yep. And, well, Stalker, you said the same thing about one of your freezers, right? You used to have like an old big ice chest, and then the new one's not nearly as good.
Yeah, I have this old Whirlpool that's probably 40 years old that I have down in my basement that is my beer fridge, and that thing keeps everything nice and cold. Never gives me a problem. The smart fridge that I got in 2016 or 2017,
the Samsung,
lasted 3 years, cost me a couple of grand, and I had to replace it within 3 or 4 years.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
Because of parts.
what to your point? What about the environment? They keep saying that these things are more energy efficient.
Yeah.
So get the newer one, but when it breaks down in 5 to 6 years, and they're taking all this equipment, and where do they throw it? A landfill.
Yep.
855-839-1210. Coming up next, we'll get some news to kick off hour number 2. Elon Musk, Twitter, Keith Olbermann. It's all still on the way. Kayal and Company as we roll on. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about What a Crock and their delicious ready-made meals before. So if you're a busy working parent, like me, or maybe you could just use some easy meals, you're going to love What a Crock. So I just put a meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day. When we come home, dinner is waiting. I mean, the house just smells so good. Unlike most meal kit companies, and this is a big difference, there is no prep required. None at all. Cleanup is a breeze. It's literally as simple as dropping a meal into your slow cooker and boom, dinner is handled. So whatacrock.com has a huge menu of more than 50 different meals you can try, from classics like, the old-fashioned pot roast and chicken Alfredo to some of the newer favorites like the stuffed chicken parm meatballs. That's David's favorite. And the honey garlic chicken with veggies. That is delicious. No subscription, no commitment is required to order, so you can just order exactly what you want whenever you want it. So make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You'll get $10 off at whatacrock.com. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off. And if you've tried What a Crock before, you know how much of a lifesaver their dinners really are. So order now, whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Looking for a new Ford? Winter Ford has the vehicle for you. Choose from our large selection of new F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, and Bronco Sports today. Winter Ford also takes care of you after the sale. Stop in their service department with no appointment necessary. Call 800-428-4000 for offer details. Visit in person or online at winterford.com. Winter Ford, people you trust, service and value you'll love.
WPHT, WPHT, WOGL, HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When I first had my baby, I'd get comments all the time about how happy I must be. I remember thinking, I want to be happy. Why don't I feel that way? It was hard to admit that, even to my doctor. But I'm glad I did. She told me it was postpartum depression, and that is very treatable. These days, things are feeling good, and we're both happier about that. Right, little man? I'll take that as a yes.
Mental health care is working for Simone. See what it can do for you at mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY. Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, hour number 2 is underway. 7 o'clock on this Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can listen to us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheets coming up at 7:45. Also this morning, this hour, Keith Olbermann, Elon Musk, Hamas, Melania Trump, all in the news. We will get to that, as well as the future of debates as soon as 2024. Very interesting story from the Hill. We'll get to that as well. Tony Bruno's going to be here in hour number 3. And again, another great prize for our morning mystery movie clip. Just a couple of instant feedbacks, some tweets. Hasn't been sober. I haven't heard from him in a while. He sent us a tweet. He said, I didn't buy orange juice this week because it was $6 per gallon at Giant, which is usually less expensive than other stores. And then our buddy Maga Man sent us a few pictures and screenshots. Ridiculous prices, the same at Giant. USDA choice beef chuck short ribs, $22 a pop. So I saw it a couple of days ago, too, when I was I think it was Sunday when I came home from Nashville. I went grocery shopping. It was at Giant. It was like $26.99 a pound for a ribeye and $25.99 a pound for a strip steak. That's usually filet mignon costs.
I gotta say too that some of the wounds by the Republicans are self-inflicted because if it was just about the economy, I think that they would win every time.
Yep.
But they always kind of shoot themselves in the foot with abortion bans and culture wars and stuff that they don't really have the majority sentiment on.
It's like they either overplay their hand in some of those regards,
way overplay,
or
their
the
hand.
message is
Yeah,
poor.
they way overplay their hand with stuff. They're like, well, we have power now. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. And the public is just like, yeah, it's going a little too far for me. The Democrats did it too with all the woke nonsense.
Yeah.
But it just seems to resonate more on the other side when the Republicans do it.
I would agree. 855-839-1210. Let's get to some news. 7:03 on this Wednesday morning, round number 2. The great Dawn Stensland.
We are sponsored by Wawa in our news this Wednesday morning. We have police in Lower Merion Township, Montgomery County, asking now for the public's help as they continue to investigate what happened to a woman. This is a Kayal and Company News follow-up this morning. You may recall that this was about 2 weeks ago. She was found injured on a popular trail 2 weeks ago. So officers saying that they found the 42-year-old victim here right near the Manayunk Trail Bridge about 5:45 a.m. on a weekday along the Kinwood Heritage Trail, Lower Merion, Pennsylvania. This is Montgomery County. So it appears she was attacked, may have been sexually assaulted. That's what it looks like here. She's recovering in the hospital. She suffered serious injuries to her head, her body. Looks like she was brutally beaten here. So a brutal crime. We are expecting to get a news conference or get more details today as we hear from Lower Merion Police at some point, or maybe the district attorney. But Lower Merion Police are asking anybody if they saw anything, if they know anything, to please contact them, 610-649-1000. We told you this morning as Philadelphia police are searching for a man accused of ambushing and assaulting that Wendy's store manager early this morning, holding up 4 employees at gunpoint. During that attempted robbery, they didn't get the money because the employees already put all the cash in the safe. This is the Wendy's at Cotman Ave in the city's Burholm section, but they're searching for this armed and dangerous individual who had grabbed the 25-year-old manager, a woman, and put her in a headlock, beat her, pistol whipped her in the head, her face as well. She's recovering this morning. She's going to be okay. The other 4 employees not injured, but still, this gunman threatening to shoot and kill the manager, and that's what happened there this morning. Really a terrifying situation. We also have in Lower Pottsgrove Township a person in custody after an elderly lady was found dead in this normally peaceful community. This is Lower Pottsgrove Township, Montgomery County. 85-year-old Margaret Seltman, dead inside her home, 1900 block of North Kime Street. Police were called to the home. They obviously heard something. So she is a murder victim. They're telling us that. They're scheduling an autopsy for today, which they say should shed light on exactly how she was killed. So they do have a suspect in custody, according to the DA's office. Bucks County, we're continuing to follow this horrific story as police are releasing images of a man who's being held on a $20 million bail. He is charged with multiple sex crimes involving children, according to authorities. He's identified as 28-year-old Brian Nathaniel Harris of Bristol, Pennsylvania, accused of engaging in these abusive acts with multiple children that he was entrusted to spend time with.
Oh, this is such a frustrating. It's sickening. It's frustrating, and let's just put it this way: once he does officially get sentenced, his days will be numbered.
Well said.
Yeah, he won't be lasting long in the joint.
The youngest victim, 2 years old, kids under the age of 10. And so they believe there are many more victims here. Prosecutors say one single image came in as a cyber tip to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That's how this all began. And detectives there, kudos to them, doing a terrific job executing a search warrant at this guy's Bristol home on Pond Street. And there they say they found some 500 images and videos that these... And I feel for these detectives having to look through some 500.
Oh, yeah, it's gruesome.
I mean...
If this guy is found guilty, which obviously it sounds, in my opinion, he sounds like he's guilty.
Yeah.
We should bring back, we should hang him up in the town square, and all the parents should take one of those kendo sticks and just take swats at him. Just
Make a human
over
pinata.
and over again.
Yeah.
Until he's dead.
Right.
That would be amazing.
That would be pretty inhumane and cruel. I think. So what about when we just tape his eyelids up and make him watch The View until he taps out?
Now that is true. Torture. Although I saw his mugshot.
Oh, you did?
He has different color hair, right, and maybe a nose ring or two.
Oh,
yeah.
So very TikTokish.
He may like The View. I don't know.
Yeah. Look at the picture of this guy. And he's going to say, oh, I can be your handyman. I can babysit your kids. No, not so much.
Obviously, this guy's the one in the wrong. We know that. But I was thinking about it from a parent perspective. It's just, and I'm not blaming any of these parents by any stretch, so don't take it the wrong way. But it just seems like, and I know we always say this because it's an absurd story, but it just seems like now more than ever, you just have to be aware of what's going on in your children's life.
Okay, let's not overplay this. It's not now more than ever.
It's always.
We hear these stories, and
but
yes, they're horrendous.
The technology, these
stuff
pedophiles.
But this stuff has always gone on. It has always gone on. It's now, we have social media, we have everything, that it seems like it's more rampant than it actually is.
Yeah.
It's not. Let kids be kids. Just be cautious of who you.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying shelter
your
kid. No, just pay attention to what your children do on a daily basis.
And pay attention to anybody who seems so kind and so, willing to say, "Oh, if you have to run to the store, I'll watch your kids for you." I always say, you want that grumpy handyman. It doesn't. It's friendly to your dog, not friendly to your kids.
Yeah, the ones that don't get those little ankle biters away from me.
We have a warning in Westchester, Pennsylvania, obviously, investigating. And this is a warning that goes out. 2 guys who were going door to door. They had, they have a contracting business, according to authorities. Had, official IDs, official looking IDs, set up a company. But in this case, they say that there may be more victims. They say it's a scam artist, that these guys were going door to door pretending to be contractors, but in fact, there was one woman who was sexually assaulted by one of these guys. So officers there in Westchester say the victim said 3 men were going door to door soliciting home repairs. One of the men the victim has identified in a lineup said was a contractor, began discussing repairs to items like, your roof, bricks, siding, etc., gave the victim a official business card, phone number, and that the investigators later determined was all fake. It was all a scam. It was all a front, according to authorities, and carried fake IDs, had clipboards. The whole thing looked very, official, 3 guys. But ultimately, the victim says that, you don't let these, police said, don't let these individuals just come into your home.
Correct.
It's not that I'm blaming her. I mean, she was assaulted. It's horrifying. But they're putting this word out, and they want to hear from anybody who may have, had maybe a similar experience.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys are identified as James McDonough of Ireland and John Delaney of England. So they were not. They're not. Residents or citizens of America.
Foreign scam artists.
And so one of them charged with McDonough, he was charged with aggravated indecent assault and other, serious charges, and the other charged with deceptive business practices, etc. So it was called Everest Roofing and Masonry, and the authorities are saying if somebody with Everest Roofing and Masonry, if you gave them any cash, maybe put some money down, that sort of thing. So they're putting that word out.
Yep.
So there's a lot going on today. I will just take you to my final story really quick here is New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. The breweries are not pleased with him in New Jersey. So he originally said that he would give some relief to some of the breweries, the brewery owners. They've said enough is enough with New Jersey's antiquated liquor laws.
Mm-hmm.
So Governor Phil Murphy now conditionally vetoed the bill that would have eased these restrictions on New Jersey breweries, distilleries, and wineries. We've talked a lot about this, but now he's line item vetoing it because he's saying, no, they need to do more. So he's promising that he will give the relief, but a lot of disappointment here because he did not do it. So in other words, it would have allowed breweries to hold unlimited events, serve food, and then collaborate with vendors. So right now, they feel this was a good bill. This was a good piece of legislation.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not happy with him. Governor Murphy says he wants the overhaul, but they're saying just give us something until you can figure this out.
So he's trying to prevent the breweries from expanding what they offer on their premises? Is that what I gather?
Yeah, it's kind of, they're really antiquated, weird laws and how many events they can have.
Oh, jeez.
So they're limited to 25 events a year under the current laws.
Okay.
So it gets a little convoluted, but for Jersey, it's a huge issue right now for these breweries who are, tough times in the economy.
You figure breweries would be thriving if you live in New Jersey because living in a state that Phil Murphy runs would drive you to go drink.
It's true. It's true.
Well put. Well, drink Wawa. Thank you, Wawa, for sponsoring our news today. Welcome back to Wawa Siptopia, your handcrafted beverage, happy place. Right now, all your crafted to crave favorites are only $3 for a 16-ounce and $4 for a huge 24-ounce. Gotta have a Wawa. Right now, feels like 18 degrees out for your forecast, heating up, if you will, to 39 degrees. But we're in for the big warm-up. Tomorrow, 51, and we'll continue to warm up through the week.
All right, Dawn.
Company News Live.
Thank you very much. 7:14 on this Wednesday morning. He's finally exiting stage left. No, we're not talking about Joe Biden because Joe Biden doesn't know if he should go left or right. We're talking about our favorite curmudgeon who hates everything in this country, Keith Olbermann, officially announcing last night on Twitter the following. After Elon Musk's endorsement of the QAnon Pizzagate conspiracy theory, I won't be posting here anymore. There are a couple of pre-scheduled promos for the podcast. The last run's 10 p.m. I'm on the other socials now under my name or some variation of Countdown with KO, Keith Olbermann. Keith Olbermann has officially left Twitter effective 17 hours ago. He actually decided to change his Twitter profile picture to a 3-word logo of F. Elon Musk. And in his profile on Twitter, it says, "I'm done with the anti-Semitic Pizzagate site. The podcast will post later after midnight. F. Elon Musk. I'm out." So Keith Olbermann, our deranged lunatic friend from MSNBC, gone from X.
How long do you think that'll last?
2 days. There's a better chance of me leaving than that guy leaving.
God, please.
So Keith Olbermann officially done, and America rejoices. All right, coming up next. Yesterday, you had Hillary, you had Michelle, and a few other former first ladies at the final resting place of Mr. Carter's wife. Melania was there as well, and she's being roasted for her appearance. We'll get into this, and we'll ask the resident female on the show if it's an appropriate look at a funeral. Kayal and Company as we continue next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But you know what? It's time to sip a limoncello from your hotel balcony as you savor the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri. Yes, that's right. The Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Capri. I hope you join me next spring. We're going to discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy with our friends from Conservative Tours, the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, and enough time to see the great sights in Rome, too, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 incredible days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, wineries, tasting sessions. The group dining events they're known for are legendary. You can ask my friend Dom Giordano and his wife, Ro. 5267. Yes, that includes your nonstop airfare while supplies last. You can just call toll-free 888-733-9494. Just go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down. You see my picture, full itinerary. Yes, my husband, Larry, will be there. My sons. Italy's best-kept secret, Puglia. Charming villages, unparalleled cuisine, such delicious food. And we'll find out why Italians take their vacations in Puglia. By the way, authentically Italian. Next spring, won't you join me? Conservativetours.com. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Come here, quick.
What is it?
Shh, check it out. The prices on all these highly rated tequilas are amazing. Total Wine must have made a mistake.
Nope, they always have the best deals in town. Remember that amazing reposado your sister brought over last week? See, it's right here.
Whoa, that's a low price. I mean, whoa, that's a low price.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With food prices going up, it's hard to decide on what to buy and where to buy. If you're looking for a way to stretch your food dollars, look no further than your neighborhood grocery outlet. We have the name brands you love for 40 to 70% less than regular grocery stores. Our stores are locally owned and operated by people in your community, so we understand the challenges you are facing. Stop by your local grocery outlet today for deals you won't believe.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
Did you know the Philadelphia Eagles dentist is in your backyard? Starting their third season as the official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, P3 Dental on Roosevelt Boulevard would love to care for you. The all-pro team of Drs. Lim and Rahman provide advanced and compassionate care and are in-network with most major insurances. No insurance? No problem. They can help with their in-house care plan that will provide affordable care and keep you smiling like our birds. Go to p3dentalpc.com.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in the Philadelphia region. QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. If you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, not so fast. Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. QC Kinetics does not mask the pain. These treatments go to the very core of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your joint, which repairs and restores that damaged tissue. Imagine living life, especially this fall, with no more pain in your knees, your aching shoulder, your back, your hips. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Just call the local medical professionals, get a free consultation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
What's on the cut sheet coming up? 7:45 this morning. It is Kayal and Company here on a Wednesday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Tony Bruno at 8:25. And, of course, our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20 with your chance to secure a pair of tickets. Win them before you can buy them to see Sebastian Maniscalco and the It Ain't Right Tour 2024.
Love him.
Wells Fargo Center, September 27th, 2024. So make sure your calendar's cleared out about 10 months from now. Tickets go on sale this Friday.
You know, we don't get enough credit on this radio station for
everything.
Well, ain't that the truth? By the way, guys, another good month. Like, you hear all these rock stations and music stations are like, we have the best tickets and win them before you can buy them and everything. Like, we get all of that here.
Yeah,
we get all of that here.
Yeah.
And we just don't get the, tune in at 8:20 for this and we have this and we have it too.
We're not just giving out beer koozies and keychains.
No.
Giving away the good stuff.
Sorry.
All right.
Nice.
All right, 855-839-1210. So let's have a little conversation. I posted a couple of these pictures on my Twitter. You can see it on YouTube as well. If you're not there, shame on you, but you have a chance to get there right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Because Melania Trump is getting roasted and a lot of outrage online over the outfit that she wore as she went to Rosalind Carter's funeral, which also, by the way, yesterday they showed Jimmy Carter at 99. I guess they took him out of hospice care, and he was there yesterday, and he had like a blanket that had a picture of his wife kind of printed on the blanket. A poor guy. I mean, he's...
Yeah, I mean, look, he's 99. He's not long for this world, and especially after, his wife passed, I'm sure, his days are numbered.
Right. So he was there yesterday. But most notably, and we'll put the pictures up on YouTube, you have a lot of former first ladies, including Laura Bush,
all of them were there,
Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, Jill Biden, and Melania Trump. And we've got 3 images. Phil and Anthony, if we can kind of maybe just rotate through the 3 of them, you'll see one of them where they're all sitting at the service, then they're all standing at the service, and then there's the 3 ladies, Michelle, Melania, and I think it's Hillary, walking out of one of the exits. And everybody, almost unanimously, in all the pictures that we are shuffling through right now, are wearing, this standard protocol of wearing black attire for a funeral. And Melania's got like a charcoal gray type jacket. I mean, she looks dazzling. I mean, to say she looks better than Laura, Michelle, Hillary, and Jill is a no-brainer. So I'm going to give her a little bit of a pass there. But I will defer and lean on Dawn here because, Melania is a fashion icon, and I wear a hooded sweatshirt today. So who am I to talk about good fashion? Is she out of line by not going with the traditional color of black?
No, and in fact, if you look in the third row, so when they're seated in the funeral there, you see, by the way, Kamala and Dougie are in the second row.
Dougie.
And in the third row, there's another lady wearing almost the exact same type of dark gray jacket.
Yeah, it's still dark.
It's
very
still
dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like she's wearing, white or beige or something, that's lighter.
So to your point, look. Okay, there's the tighter shot.
Yeah.
You see Kamala behind her.
I love a tight shot.
But if Phil and Anthony, if you go out wide again and you look to the wide shot of where they're sitting, there is a lady to the right of your screen.
Yep.
On the third row, an African-American lady with almost the same design of a dark gray. It has like a black piping. Look at back in the third row there.
Yep.
And the only one that stands out to me is the white-haired lady in that green.
Yeah, who is that? Is that Janet Yellen? What is she doing?
Yeah, she has black on underneath her that coat or sweater or whatever she's wearing.
Yeah.
But yeah, she is the only one that stands out with that green. I would, if I looked at this, they're all wearing dark. It's gray is. I don't know. Is gray appropriate at a funeral? I think it is.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't really have a major problem with it at all. Although I do, when you look at the wide shot where they're all standing, she does kind of stick out like a sore thumb, right? I mean, it's pretty noticeable, and it's like, and I almost get the same vibe, and maybe I'm reading way too much into this. Everybody in that row that she's sitting next to does not want her there.
Of course not.
She totally,
But-
I bet you she probably felt incredibly uncomfortable.
Let me just say this. There was an article, very, very well-written article yesterday in the Washington Post about how Rosalind Carter specifically asked her to be there because she wanted all the first ladies to be there, and said something to the effect, in this time of division and everything, I want my funeral to show unity, and that's what my life was about. And I think, to Rosalind Carter's credit, I think that she made a special ask for Melania Trump to be there, because to your point, I don't know if she would have gone, not because she didn't want to pay respects, but because she probably doesn't feel too wanted there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And if to kind of highlight what I'm saying here, if you were to take Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, George Bush, and Bill Clinton and line them up in that front row, I would say that just the visual of that, Trump blends in better with his predecessors at the presidency than Melania does with the other first ladies. And it's not a slight against her. She's a fashion icon. She's got a totally different look. She's incredibly attractive, the whole bit. She sticks out more than Donald Trump does, in my opinion, amongst her luminaries.
Gmail on the YouTube chat writes, all of the funeral websites that I checked professes that gray is appropriate for funerals.
That's what I always thought.
Yes.
It's a little bit of an alternative look, but it's not like you're in complete violation of anything. You don't have to be wearing a black trench coat and a black tie and looking like, the world's coming to an end. I mean, it's a funeral. It's not the end of days.
Usually, and it looks like she's wearing, so it's like a coat dress, and underneath is a blue layer underneath it. Blue, especially a dark blue or a navy blue, a dark green.
Well, I mean,
any gray shades.
If you look at Bill Clinton's and
Yes.
and even Biden's suits, they look dark blue to me, and the guy standing next to Biden as well.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton, it looks like you're right, a dark. He's like, well, I'll stand next.
Well, he
to
doesn't look
Melania.
good these days, does he?
I know.
I mean, he looks like his time's about to expire as well.
Well, I mean,
Stop.
yeah, he definitely wanted to sit next to Melania, not next to Joe Biden
Yeah.
and Hillary.
Bill's between Jill and Hillary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like,
Oh,
this is-
great.
This is not the
It's like,
sandwich
is this
I
thing
wanted to
almost
be in.
over yet? Good God.
It reminds me of that. Remember the Saturday Night Live skit?
Oh, yes.
With when he was like hitting on somebody who played Ivanka, like, huh, How you doing?
855-839-1210, the number. Okay, coming up next, Nikki Haley gains a major endorsement that many thought would go to Ron DeSantis. But is Nikki Haley peaking too early, and will she flame out? We'll get into that conversation on the other side. But right now, I got to tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. You know, it's great to be not only a business partner, but an actual customer of the Piazza Auto Group. And as a genuine customer of this dealership and this family, I've thoroughly enjoyed all the times that they've reached out to me to educate me, inform me, and show me about all the different brands and all the different features that they have. Just about 5 weeks ago, about the week before Halloween, I stopped out at their dealership in Westchester to check out the Motor Trend SUV of the year. And you're probably thinking, big 6 or 8 cylinder SUV, monster gas guzzler. That's got to be the Motor Trend SUV of the year, right? No. It's the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5, and it is a fully electric vehicle. And it comes with unbelievable technology that delivers 300 miles of range and ultra-fast charging. You can go from battery life of 10% all the way up to 80-90% in about 10 or 12 minutes. Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown offering a complimentary home charger, and they're going to help you out financially with some savings. A $600 installation credit with your purchase. Visit the nearest dealer next to you, or you can go online to piazzaautogroup.com.
Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city is on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds.
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Times are tough. Sometimes a paycheck just doesn't cut it. Today, more people than ever need our help. I'm Ernie Russell, Board President of the Catholic Charities Appeal of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. Through the annual appeal, nearly 1 million people in our community receive help through shelters, soup kitchens, schools for special education, and so much more. Please donate today. Your gift matters.
Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org. That's CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I want to talk to you about Mike Garvey at Pro Health Plans. If you pay for your own health insurance, or if you're looking for coverage, do not go online looking for quotes. You'll get endless calls from call centers, and they will not stop. Instead, call Mike, an expert with over 30 years' experience. He can provide sound advice for your health insurance needs. Their plans let you pick your doctors, and it's 30 to 60% lower cost than Obamacare. The monthly premiums are independent of your income, so there'll be no surprise tax bills. If you pay for your own health insurance, own a small business, you're uninsured, you're on COBRA, or your employer coverage is just too expensive, call Mike at 610-529-1106. That's 610-529-1106. Or go to prohealthplans.com. That's prohealthplans.com. They'll custom design a plan managed by you, not the government. Call Mike at 610-529-1106 or prohealthplans.com.
I'm living the life that I lived before I started having knee pain 10 years ago.
Meet Julie, a woman who makes the most of every moment in life. But over the last years, those moments were filled with agonizing pain until she discovered QC Kinetics.
Finally, the pain got so bad that people around me are like, oh, when are you getting your knee replaced? I was walking, hobbling. I listened to my last QC Kinetics commercial and I said, I'm done. I got to find out about this.
What Julie found out was QC Kinetics treats osteoarthritis with regenerative therapies, taking your body's own healing properties and concentrating them in the areas where you feel pain, helping heal and restore those damaged areas. No harmful steroids, surgery, or downtime.
It changed how I'm living. I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
Get back your life before the pain. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. If I had 50 cents for every math test I failed, I'd have $6.30. No kidding, folks. If you're responsible for buying carpet for your company or organization, you need to call me now. I stock the largest selection of commercial carpet in the Delaware Valley. Call 800-220-RUGS. Call Norman the Floorman to save 50% off our competitor's best price. Now that's not chopped liver.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
7:35 Wednesday morning. It is Kayal and Company working our way towards what's on the cut sheet, which is coming up at 7:45 this morning. Tony Bruno at 8:25. A lot of people reacting on social media to Melania Trump. Constitutional Tony says everyone on the left is so jealous that they can never look as fantastic as Melania Trump. I would agree with that. Marcus Aurelius says, and I got to clean this up a little bit, Laura Bush is really giving Melania the cold beep stare. It rhymes with itch and starts with a B.
That's not right.
The cold leap stare. Laura Bush.
Who do you think, well, here's a more interesting question. Out of all the first ladies there, Jill, Hillary, Laura, Michelle, which one do you think hates Melania the most? 855-839-12.
I'm going to go Hillary because Hillary lost to Melania's husband.
I think Michelle.
You think so?
I do. Dawn?
Yeah, she always has a scowl on her face.
I don't think they hate Melania.
Oh, I definitely. Oh, yes, they do.
Sure they do.
Yes, they do.
Come on.
I think they all hate each other secretly as all Democrats, much less the Republicans sitting there, the outsider of Donald Trump's significant other. I think they want her dead. And then
it's funny. You're a very interesting case study, Dawn. Like it's you see pedophiles everywhere, but yet when there's people that actually hate each other, you're like, yeah, I think they all like each other secretly.
Peace and prosperity.
Well, I'm not saying they like each other, and quite frankly, I think that there is more of a rivalry between the Obamas and the Clintons.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I like that angle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can see that.
This is a made-up. This whole situation is made up.
Of course it is. It's all derived from social media.
The fact that they're
come on, Dawn. It's giving us content, my love.
I know, but it was her. The one who I think was one of the people who started it was somebody who was was hired by Melania. Was one of her assistants.
Oh.
Stephanie,
mm-hmm.
Crazy Eyes Stephanie.
Yeah.
And what a loser.
Yeah, I love crazy-eyed chicks named Stephanie. They're a good time.
What a complete loser, though.
Yeah.
And to betray somebody that you used to serve as a first lady and to say, oh, she made it about her. No, she didn't. The truth is, Melania Trump, when she wears black, looks so glamorous that she's wearing something that actually is gray and gloomy and dowdy looking for her. When she wears black, I think it pops on her. I think she looks elegant, and it's too glamorous. So that's why she wore gray.
Right
It's
now,
the opposite.
Right now in the YouTube poll, who hates Melania more?
That's an official poll.
It's an official poll. Hillary, Laura, Michelle. We forgot Dr. Jill, but that's fine. I don't think she hates her as
she's
much
a doctor.
as Hillary. And my vote is Michelle. Right now, Hillary's winning at 65%.
I got
Hillary hates everybody.
Yeah, well, I don't blame her. Why would the last 30 years of her life haven't gone too well?
And by the way, I said this earlier, I'll say it again. Melania Trump was only there because Rosalind Carter requested her to be there.
Yeah.
So this whole thing is kind of, yes, it's made up, but she didn't have to go. You know what I mean? I'm sure she wouldn't have, because she would have felt uncomfortable being there.
That's correct. Also, Marcus Aurelius on Twitter, in regards to our prize for the Morning Mystery Movie clip this morning at 9:20, he wants to know, do you guys have any tickets for April 2025? I'm free then.
Hey, man, win
Nice
them
work on
before you can
Marcus.
buy them. Only here on 1210 WPHT.
There you go. Okay, so Nikki Haley is a very interesting candidate right now. I think if you were looking at these individuals not named Donald Trump, you would say that Nikki Haley, if she was a stock, she's ascending higher and faster than anybody else. But it is still only November of 2023. And the question I have is whether or not Nikki Haley is peaking too early. Can she continue to kind of ride this wave of momentum, or will she flame out? But either way, she picked up a big endorsement yesterday from the anti-Trump network, backed by Charles Koch, or Koch, endorses Nikki Haley in a major loss for Ron DeSantis. So the political network, financed largely by billionaire Charles Koch, is endorsing former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations Nikki Haley in the Republican primary, offering her new support against her Republican rivals in the fight to be the alternative to Donald Trump. Coming out with the statement saying, when we announced our decision to engage in our first ever Republican presidential primary, we made it clear that we will be looking for a candidate who can turn the page on our political dysfunction and win. It's clear that candidate is Nikki Haley, says Emily Seidel, a senior advisor to AFP Action. Quote, Nikki Haley represents a new generation of leadership and offers a bold, positive vision for our future. AFP Action is proud to be endorsing her, and we will be doing everything we can to help her become the next president of the United States. While Haley stands to gain support in the key primary states, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis appears to be at the losing end of this decision. They go on to say, quote, this was not an easy decision for AFP. Governor DeSantis has been a good ally and a champion of many policy positions of AFP and the state of Florida. But Nikki Haley also was an early ally, going back to the Tea Party movement when she ran for governor of South Carolina, and is also aligned on the issues. So a big loss for DeSantis. But I want to just highlight one little piece of that quote. Nikki Haley is going to be the candidate that can turn the page on our political dysfunction and win. It's clear that Nikki is the candidate, and she represents a new generation of leadership. Let me stop right there. She offers a new generation of leadership. She wants to go to war with everybody. She's never met a war she doesn't like. I mean, I like Nikki Haley. I've said she's done a very good job. I think she would make a great vice president, and I think she's had the right message on abortion. But when I hear Nikki Haley, I see Nikki Haley, I listen to her policies and her visions, I don't see a new generation. Like, if we're going to talk about the new generation, I would say Vivek Ramaswamy is more new generation than Nikki.
Agreed.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, it's this whole idea that she's, I think they look at her, and it's just interesting to me because, for as long as I can remember, the Koch brothers to the left have been public enemy number one, and now all of a sudden they're like, wow, this is a big endorsement for Nikki Haley. It's just a little odd to me. I think anything that kind of spits in the face of Trump is something that they love to highlight.
Sure.
But it is odd to me that she's looked upon as this new generation and stuff. Which she's the antithesis of the swamp, right? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I don't feel like she's new generation. And also, when we talk about how well she is doing, we also still have to realize, like, she's still getting, and I know we love to talk about how well she's done compared to DeSantis, and she's had these clashes with Vivek. It's made great content for us on the radio show. But, I mean, she's getting obliterated by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Let's not lose sight of that.
Well,
right?
everybody is.
Correct.
So a couple of things about her. She's a new generation because she has moved toward the middle on the abortion issue. The question is, because now she's in more conservative Iowa. So she had said that, well, she would have signed a 6-week abortion ban as governor. She's kind of waffling from that one debate. She's trying to, and that's the problem, right? When you're trying to get the endorsement of Republicans, and now she's threading that needle, it's not easy.
Nope.
She had the good answer during the one debate. Now she's saying in Iowa, well, I would have signed blah, 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 blah. So I think that hurts her in the long run because we talked about what's the word of the year with the Webster Marion.
Authentic.
Yeah, so I think that's a piece of it. But look, she was a Trump appointee and was named ambassador. It's one of the most coveted ambassadorships. She got that, first woman governor of South Carolina. I mean, women like that stuff if we're looking for the women's vote, so-called. So I think she represents new generation in the sense that she's,
she's
Indian American.
She's shattered some glass ceilings too. It's not just Kamala that's done it, right?
Right. I mean, so you think about she's in the so-called, brown and black community, India, from, native India. That's her roots, her mom, her family coming from India. So, yeah, I think she does shatter some of those things.
Yep. Fourth debate will be coming up on December the 6th, which I believe is either a Tuesday or a Wednesday. We're just about a week away from that. That'll be actually from, I think, the University of Alabama, and it's going to be broadcasted on News Nation. So that'll be the fourth primary debate. The debate coming up tomorrow night exclusively on Fox with Sean Hannity at 9 o'clock is, I don't know what's going on here. You got Ron DeSantis, who's trying to win the Republican primary, and he's butting heads with Gavin Newsom, who's not even officially a candidate, who's running basically a shadow campaign. And that will probably be our big take on Friday morning if people actually decide to stay up and watch that production.
One final thing I would say on this point of Nikki Haley. When you look at the matchups with Nikki Haley and Biden, she owns it.
Yeah, double digits.
She beats him. The problem is, I don't see anybody beating Trump for the nomination.
I agree. That's the same. To me, that was the same scenario I thought possibly could play out a year ago when we started this show. I thought that DeSantis could beat Biden, but he had no shot of beating Trump. And now Nikki Haley's kind of in that same predicament of you could probably win the general election, but you're not going to get through the primary. All right, 7:46 Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. I almost forgot what day it was there. Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out over 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Don't forget to tell them that you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. Right now more than ever, it is super important for you to patronize our sponsors. In something I didn't see coming, starting with cut one here, Phil. In something I didn't see coming, the Black Lives Matter Rhode Island co-founder Mark Fisher was on Fox and Friends the other day, and he's supporting Donald Trump for the 2024 election.
A BLM chapter leader?
Because Democrats are not for us, is what he said.
Oh, my goodness. The tide might be turning.
Yeah, I mean, what did we just... The poll that I just saw, or the percentage that I just saw, had... Trump had 8% of the African-American vote in 2020, and right now it's trending at 22%.
That's a 14% increase.
So this happened on Fox and Friends the other morning. Cut one, guys. Go.
Black Lives Matter Rhode Island, Mark Fisher. Mark, thanks so much for joining the program. This is my favorite story of the day because it identifies with what I've seen in the barbershop. All the brothers, for some reason right now, are turning tides right now. And I just wonder, what is the big reason?
I think personally it's the duplicity of the Democrats, the hypocrisy. We're not stupid. The brothers are not stupid. We understand when someone's for us and when someone is not. And it's obvious that the Democratic Party is not for us.
Yeah, I keep...
Their policies actually strike at the heart of the black family and the nuclear family.
Yeah, so, you know, you were a part of Black Lives Matter. You founded it there. And now you're saying, you're not saying the entire Republican Party, you're saying Donald Trump. So what is it about Donald Trump? Is it the economics? You noted the black family. What is it going to take for him to shore up this support amongst black voters?
Well, I just think that it's going to take information. A lot of people are misinformed. They don't really understand because they don't educate themselves on Donald Trump as a person and his history. But if they do that, and it's going to take, you know, leaders, educated leaders, getting the word out there, I think that it'll happen on its own and it'll be organic because personally, I love the man. I mean, how could you not like if a real man? How could you not relate to someone like that?
Yeah, he watches every morning, so I'm sure he's cheering as you're saying this. We looked at some of the polls for Trump over Biden in the battleground states. In 2020, it was 8%. Now in 2023, he has 22%. And that's just not black men. So the election is right around the corner. If you had the opportunity to talk to the former president, I'm sure he's watching right now, what would you tell him?
Call me. I'm my cell phone, man. I'll stump for Trump.
Stump for Trump.
Oh, me.
Mark, I'm fascinated by you. Why did you end up leaving Black Lives Matter? Or are you still affiliated with it?
No. I'm still affiliated with it all day. Because the thing about it is my message that I preach and that I tout is unity. It's a message of unity. It's unity driven. I want to bring together all the marginalized groups from the margins and bring them to the center because we're stronger together as a one nation under indivisible under God.
Could you imagine? That's a riveting piece there from Lawrence Jones and that guy from one of those chapters. Could you imagine? I mean, think about, you go back to 2020, the Biden administration, they rode COVID, they rode the George Floyd disaster, they rode the BLM movement to an election victory. Could you imagine 4 years later that the tide turned so significantly that not only that individual that was being interviewed by Lawrence Jones, but other, quote, leaders in the BLM movement, if they all kind of rallied together with in unison to support Donald Trump, that would be the biggest flipping of a script I have ever seen, perhaps in the history of American politics. Like, if you're an old school wrestling fan, this is going to resonate with you. This would be like Hulk Hogan going from like eat your vitamins and say your prayers to becoming the NWO Hulk Hogan. Nobody saw that coming. That's what this would be.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't actually believe that a ton of people will follow through with this. I think that 22% is accurate, but if you think Trump's going to get closer to 35, 40, 50%, sadly, I don't think that's the case.
I would agree with both of those things you said.
But I will say this too. You know, I do think there are, and we can quantify it there from 8% to 22%. The left doesn't want to admit it. The Democrats don't want to admit it. And mainstream media doesn't want to show it to you. But I do think there are far more African Americans that actually like Trump and relate to Trump than the mainstream and the left are willing to publicly acknowledge and admit.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it enough, though, to...
That's my question. I don't think so.
Look, he doesn't need to get a majority. We
know
know that.
Of course.
But, you know, ticking up a little bit here, a little bit in the Hispanic community, a little bit there, a little bit with this, you know, could it be enough to put him over the top? Yes, I do think it can.
All right.
Without really winning any of the, you know, those... I hate putting like the African American vote, the Hispanic vote, the woman. Like, it's ridiculous. It's the American vote.
Right.
You know what I mean? But like, that's how we define our, you know, the electorate. It's like, well, how's he trending with the African Americans?
Right.
How's he trending with the women? How's he trending? Like, stop.
Yep.
I think about Philadelphia. What happened in the mayoral race? One of the most conservative Democrats, Sherelle Parker, is going to become our 100th mayor. And Helen Gim, initially everybody thought, oh, it's going to be Helen Gim.
Oh, God.
And I thought, no way, it's not going to happen.
No.
And it's Sherelle.
Yeah.
Because think about, even she was more conservative than David O. On fighting crime, for example.
It's a very good example.
She represents, right?
Yep.
And she has her youngest child is 11-year-old son.
Yep.
She's a mom in Philadelphia, and she's like, oh, no. She's not about pronouns. Not that she's speaking against that stuff.
Right.
But think about here in Philadelphia. I think that's a good example. What is everybody talking about? The economy, bringing grocery stores back into the community, into the city, lowering the taxes, and combating the crime situation.
And you make a good point, too, with Sherelle Parker over Helen Gim, and thank God that happened, because we were looking, it really did feel like for a while that we were going to follow the footsteps of Chicago, because if you recall, Lori Lightfoot leaves her post, and what does Chicago do? They go even further left by electing Brandon Johnson, who makes Lori Lightfoot look like a conservative.
Yes.
And we didn't have that play out here in Philly, thank God.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago, I will say, though, that it was a choice, right, between a guy who could be viewed as more of an outsider, even though Brandon Johnson is from, I don't know, an hour outside of Chicago, technically, but he's an African-American gentleman, dad, husband, etc. I think they trusted him more against a white guy. I think maybe that's a piece of this.
That was Paul
Vallis, who used to work here, and Paul was somebody who, I don't know, I think by many in Chicago, he was in Chicago, he had his time. Then he came here to Philadelphia, he was in St. Louis, he was all over the country, education reform, etc. And it felt like maybe he came back to Chicago to run for mayor, and maybe people felt he was more of an outsider, not representing Chicago. So that's a piece of this. But for Sherelle Parker, I think that's significant as far as how the so-called black community or city community, whatever you want to say, there's a difference. And I just think in the city of Philadelphia, people are not given their pronouns. They want to look at our education loss. You talked about this yesterday. Huge losses due to all of the mandates. And the crime and the violence and the absenteeism with kids. We got to do a reset. And so I think, to me personally, I think that is emblematic of what's happening across the nation. People are fed up, and people are saying, and I've heard people say it here, yeah, we voted, not me, but the black community, so-called, and city dwellers, so-called, have put it out for the Democrats, have been here for Biden. Well, show us the money. What are you doing for Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Robert Schwartz on the African American vote says that it's already at 35% at least. Okay.
35%? I don't know. That seems a little high, but.
And then he says, and then Greg will maintain that Trump has no chance without the suburban soccer moms. Yes, I do believe that because you have to go by who votes. The suburban soccer moms go vote. They go vote. I hate to say it. I would love to see a statistic of the African American community and see how many of them actually go out and vote. Because you know what? A lot of them feel like neither party represents them.
Right.
And nothing.
Yeah. And their vote doesn't count.
And their vote
matter.
doesn't count.
Right.
It's the white suburban soccer moms that live on the main line.
Yeah.
They're the ones that go out and vote. So,
Yeah.
yes, I do believe that without that suburban mom vote, Trump is in trouble.
I think there's voter apathy on both sides, that their vote doesn't count, their vote doesn't matter. I think there's fatigue on both sides, but to your point, I agree with you.
Speaking of somebody who's clueless, Kamala Harris. She participated in a moderated conversation with the Congressional Hispanic Caucus the other day.
Yeah.
Where she pandered to Gen Z.
Okay.
She says, "I love Gen Z." Like she loves
electric school
like
buses.
Venn diagrams, electric school buses. She's just a walking parody of herself. Cut 2 guys, go.
So I started a college tour at the beginning of, in September to go out and meet with our college-age leaders. And so there were colleges and universities, also community colleges, and also trade schools, college-aged. And let me start by saying I love Gen Z. I love Gen Z. So think about this. Okay,
so
first of all,
funny.
it's going to be humbling for many of us when you remember or realize that someone who is 18 now was born in 2005.
Good math.
She just
And
cracks
when you
herself
think
up.
then about their life experience in the context of what is at stake in our country, they've only known the climate crisis. They witnessed George Floyd being killed. They suffered through an historic pandemic where they lost significant phases of their educational experience and socialization.
It's Rich her talking about this now, isn't it?
They have witnessed the highest court in our land take a constitutional right that had been recognized. They have endured active shooter drills for most of their primary education.
Yeah, most of it.
And so, what I have found and learned is that they, on each and every one of these issues, are not going to be satisfied until things are done. Because for them, it's not intellectual or academic, it is a lived experience. And I say that then to tell you, I'm so excited
Me too.
about who they are.
Ugh,
And
the
their
pandering.
leadership and what they are doing to inspire those of us who have been around a little longer.
We should now. If you're watching on YouTube, you will see the sign language interpreter in the box. We should try to start figuring out what she's really signing. Like, this lady's on medicine and she has no idea what she's talking about. But I love how she points out. So she mentions George Floyd. She says they only know the climate crisis, and we certainly know there are some Gen Zers out there that legitimately have trouble sleeping at night thinking about climate change, which is a fascinating thing. I would prescribe them a medicine, but that's just me, and I'm not a pharmacist. So she's highlighting 2 or 3 specific isolated incidents and making it seem like, these Gen Zers from 2005 to 2023, the 18 years that they've been on Earth, they only know tragedy and trauma and harm. It's almost, honestly, it's disrespectful and disingenuous to Gen Z, the group that she's pandering to.
Because that's what they feed them.
Right.
They're like, that's all they experience, because it's the fear porn that the media and that administration feeds them.
Yes. It's the never-ending, oh, my God, democracy's at stake. In 5 years, the earth is going to dry up from climate change, and all this nonstop, like, you always got to keep your head on a swivel because you never know who's out to harm you, and you're the victim, and you're the one always being targeted. Honestly, if I'm a Gen Zer there, I'm like, does she think I'm stupid?
Yeah.
Now, she's probably getting some Gen Zers to buy in, and they're nodding their head, and they're all fired up. But most of them are probably like, who the hell is she talking to?
Yeah, it's nauseatingly pandering. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, and I hope people can see through it. But look, guys, she's hitting on all of the emotional points that the Democrat base votes on.
Which then brings the more...
Look, I mean, yeah.
The more important question then is, how do Republicans find a way to tug at the heartstrings and the emotions of their voter base? Because say what you want about Democrats, they get into their voters' feelings and then they rally, they get them motivated, and it results in victories. Like, do Republicans really do a good job at triggering the emotions of their voting base? I don't know that they do.
Yeah.
Well, you think of 2 presidents when you say that stand out to me. So you go back to Ronald Reagan, who energized the youth vote.
Yep.
And was somebody who had, and I would say Obama, hope and change. And Obama's was a lie. There might have been hope, but there was not change. Certain, So both of those candidates, though, if you think of Obama, think of Reagan. Reagan was a Republican who was able to revive that feeling within the youth vote.
Okay.
To convince young people that you should feel good about America. And I think that piece of it is what's lacking right now within the GOP, because while you can say, it's one thing to say, look at Bidenomics, this presidency is a disaster. It's his fault. It's his Fed's fault. It's his policy's fault that we're in this hot mess. Let's go. And they need to talk about Afghanistan in every breath, because Afghanistan, many will link with what's going on even in the Middle East. Afghanistan showed how weak this administration was.
Yep.
Now look at Ukraine.
Right.
Now look at what's happening in Israel.
Yeah, it's a billboard for go
Boom.
and do what you want if you're a foreign power.
You want to tug on heartstrings. Tell moms like Dawn that if we continue down this path, your kids are going to war in the Middle East.
Yep.
That tugs on heartstrings.
It does. It does.
Let's stay with politics here, if we will. I'm just going through some of the stuff that I've had for a couple of days, but I haven't got to because we've just had so much. This actually happened about a couple weeks ago on Meet the Press. Kristen Welker sat down with PA swing voters, so people who are undecided, the undecided voters.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a Republican who says that he would support Biden even if he was dead.
Even if Biden was dead.
To your point, Nick,
Okay.
about how a lot of these people just, it doesn't matter who they trot out as long as it's not Trump, they're supporting him. Cut 12 guys, go.
Is there any chance you would stay at home on Election Day?
No. I love American democracy too much that Biden and Trump, if it's a Biden and Trump race, then I would vote for Biden even if he was dead.
Wow.
No chance I'd stay home. I've never.
And I'm a Republican.
So there you
So
go.
he would still vote for Joe if Joe is dead, and Joe would probably still take his vote if that voter was dead.
And by the way, listening to that accent, he's definitely from this area. I don't know what his name is.
I
but
didn't
he's
pick up on the accent. Can we
American.
can we run that back
Yeah.
real quick?
Yeah, hang on.
Let's see if we can hear this. This is a Pennsylvania Republican swing voter.
Sounds a little Delco-ish to me.
Delco-ish?
I'm going to cut 12 guys, go.
Is there any chance you would stay at home on Election Day?
No. I love American democracy too much that Biden and Trump, if it's a Biden and Trump race, then I would vote for Biden even if he was dead.
No chance I'd stay home. I've never.
And I'm a Republican.
Well, Joe basically is dead. So I'm assuming that this guy was not a Trump voter in 2020 or 2016.
No.
So he's probably very moderate. He's probably a never Trumper. Well, obviously, yeah, because he's a swing voter. So, okay.
Delco, what do we think? The accent?
Yeah.
You know, here's the thing. I love when somebody like Welker is interviewing somebody from Pennsylvania, this one so-called Republican. No real Republican would actually vote for Joe Biden, alive or dead.
I know a lot of them that would, Dawn. I do. I know a lot of them personally.
Who have voted,
Yes.
how?
Yes.
Traditionally Republican.
Yes. Yes.
And it's because it's an anti-Trump vote.
That's it's so sad.
And
or have done write-ins. You know, John Kasich or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
Now, I know regular registered Republicans the last time around, they didn't vote for Biden, but they voted for the independent.
Yeah.
And we do have, we've talked about the independents in this race.
Sure. You know, I'll go back to the big take this morning. If it's all about the economy, and you're a swing voter in Pennsylvania, like that individual right there, see, if I'm there, now I would be a little bit more biased than Kristen Welker, but on the other side, and I would say, well, let me just show you these economic numbers, and I would lay out the cost of groceries and the cost of energy and the cost of home ownership and all this other type of stuff that affects, I'm assuming, that individual, unless he's in the 1% where the last 3.5 years hasn't really put much of a dent into his bank account. And I would say, how could you sit there and tell me that I'll ask you again, sir, you told me you would vote for Joe Biden even if he was dead. How do you justify that pick based on all these economic numbers today versus when Trump was in office? Like, do you enjoy being like in financial pain? Like, I don't understand that mindset.
Emotions. It's emotions,
I
guys.
know.
It's we started with this at 6 a.m.
It's
emotions.
just so hard for me to wrap my head around. Like, so you're going to complain about gas, you're going to complain about this, rightfully so, but then you have a chance to change it, and you don't do it. Like, that's like the person that's overweight that's bitching and moaning that they need to lose weight. And instead of going, I'm like, here's your solution. Stop eating and get on a treadmill. And what do? They go get another hoagie from Primo's and they don't go to the gym. Well, I just told you what to do. You didn't do it. I don't get those people. I really don't.
We talked a lot about Nikki Haley getting the endorsement of the Koch brothers. What other endorsements are the Republicans getting? This is Bob Vanderplots. He's the president and CEO of the Family Leader Organization. I don't know. I've never heard of them, but apparently it's a big deal for Iowa and the conservative base up there. He is throwing his hat behind Ron DeSantis, and this is what he said about that. Cut 11, guys, go.
And what you're seeing from the former president is character being revealed. Character being revealed, first of all, with Governor Reynolds and what he did by cutting a video against her. Two of the most popular governors and the most results-producing governors in the country, the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, the governor of Iowa, Kim Reynolds, and you completely throw them under the bus and you call them names, and that just because they don't bow the knee to you. That's not leadership. The number one hurdle for Donald Trump is, I've never met a dad or a mom or a grandpa or a grandma who have told me they want their son or daughter or grandchild to grow up to be like him. That's a big deal. Trump deserved to lose my endorsement. Matter of fact, I've never endorsed him. But he proved he was not worthy of the endorsement. Of me, of the ministry, and by extension, the broader body. And I believe Iowa will rise up. I believe Iowa will send a message on January 15, because I think they're seeing through this as well. This is smoke and mirrors. This is not leadership our country needs.
Iowa means absolutely nothing.
I know. They act like Iowa's going to determine the whole thing, right?
It doesn't. Ted Cruz won Iowa. Stop with Iowa.
I know.
Like, these guys put so much faith. Like, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis fighting for Iowa.
Yep.
Nobody who wins Iowa, it determines nothing.
I know.
It determines absolutely nothing.
They determine no outcome there. Their college football team can't score a touchdown. And look, if you're going to throw your hat in on DeSantis like he says there, then he's basically throwing his hat in the trash, because DeSantis is polling at what? Tied for third? Tied for second right now when you look at all the polls across the board? I mean, you're jumping on something that peaked 9 months ago. Like, if DeSantis was a stock, like, his best days are well past him. I've even said I don't even know if he's salvageable in 2028.
And by the way, this so-called man of God here, his point about not having your children to grow up like Donald Trump. I don't want my children to grow up like any politician, because they're lying, thieving scumbags.
Yeah.
They're all corrupt.
Yeah.
So stop with that.
Yeah.
You want your children to grow up to be like Ron DeSantis or Joe Biden? Come on, dude.
Well,
like, stop.
I would say this, and we've yet to see any of the negative hit piece type stuff really come out, or any of the skeletons in the closet. For what we know so far, take it with a grain of salt, Ron DeSantis seems to be a pretty buttoned-up individual. You can call him boring, you can call him lacking energy and awkward in certain social situations, but I don't know. It seems like he's pretty much, you get what you see with DeSantis. It seems to me like he, former military guy, man of faith, family man. I don't know what he does behind closed doors, but I don't see any scandals coming out with DeSantis. Just a hunch.
Well, speaking of Iowa, the only thing I'm going to add to that is that it looks like maybe 30% of 30-ish% of Republicans in the GOP side who won Iowa eventually won the Republican nod.
Wow.
Okay, that on the Democrat side, what's interesting is 70% of the Iowa caucus winners have gone on to become their party standard. So to your point about it, I think it means more for fundraising for somebody to decide whether or not they're going to stay in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Ron DeSantis, pretty quickly here, if he's not coming in second after Trump in some of these early contests, I think he has to drop out by South Carolina.
Boy, who
right?
saw that coming?
Yeah.
I mean, a year ago, a year and a half ago, even 6 months ago, even before his Twitter Spaces launch in May, if we would have said Ron DeSantis would drop out before Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy and Chris Christie, that if that doesn't signify epic failure, I don't know what does.
Jesus on the YouTube chat writes, Iowa's like the Eagles beating up a crappy team. Not fancy, but gets you going. Speaking of DeSantis, we talk a lot about term limits on this program. Dawn, I know you're in favor of them. He says that we need term limits for members of Congress. I mean, that's nothing new. Many politicians have said that.
Yep.
But he claims that as president, he has a plan how he's going to make that happen. Cut 3, guys, go.
Well, hey, everyone. One of the things we need in this country is term limits
for members of Congress. It's a good policy. We have people like Pelosi that have been there for decade after decade. They're more interested in advancing themselves than they are delivering results for you. So we need term limits. Problem is, Congress is never going to enact this. As president, I'll lead the efforts to bring about term limits through the states. Florida has already certified it. Many other states have certified it. We have the ability to do this because I don't care if you're Republican, Independent, Democrat, male, female, black, white, everyone believes we need term limits for members of Congress. If we do that, it changes the incentives in Washington. They're not going to be there for 40 years. They have a limited amount of time, 3 terms in the House, 2 terms in the Senate, to actually get things done and leave a legacy. We have it in Florida. It's worked very well. We need it in Washington, D.C. I'm going to be a president that has a plan to bring this about. We're going to work with these states to be able to get it done.
I think that's incredibly well said. I don't think there's hardly any Americans out there that would disagree with that regardless of political party or affiliation.
Everybody says it, nobody does it.
I know, but I'll tell you what, if there, and look, he's got no shot because he's not going to win the primary, but if there's a guy that can come, Ron DeSantis, say what you want about him, he comes up with ideas, he starts talking about proposed legislation, and then he puts policy into action, and he executes.
He's a doer.
For everything he lacks in the charisma department that Trump has a total master class on, when it comes to just getting victories, he gets it done.
I've been sitting on this for a couple of days, and
You must be a little sore there.
I was waiting to unleash this. This I grabbed from TikTok. This preschool teacher makes their students call her Mix.
Mix.
MX.
Oh, MX, not MIX.
And use they, them pronouns. Remember, this isn't like 10th grade, 11th grade. This is preschool.
4-year-olds.
Preschool.
4-year-olds.
What my son is in right now. A preschooler came up to this person and spoke some truth, which is funny. Cut 4 guys, go.
Okay, guys, I can't. This is too funny. So I'm at work. And those of you who don't know me, I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a preschool teacher. So instead of using Mr. or Miss, we use mix. So the kids have been really awesome doing that. I work with 3- and 4-year-olds. One of my kiddos came up to me and he goes, "Are you mixed up? Are you mixed up?" I was like, "No, sweetie, I'm not mixed up. I just use mix instead of Mr. or Mrs. And he's like, "Okay, I was worried."
So even the 4-year-old in preschool knows that this person is confused, mixed up, going through a mental health breakdown, and came to that conclusion before getting into grade school.
Yep, nothing is truer than what comes from the mouths of 3- and 4-year-olds because they have no filter.
So who's the better kid? This kid that realized MX is absurd, or the kid that flipped off the Bills fan?
No,
or the kid that's wearing the Chiefs headdress with the red and black face paint?
I think this 4-year-old, what's the saying? Out of the mouths of babes come words of wisdom, which is what Greg was alluding to. I think that this little kid saying, "I was worried."
Yeah.
And that's what strikes at my heart.
Mommy, I fear for my teacher's mental well-being.
Because there's something else going on there.
Mm-hmm.
This little kid has a heart and a wonderful spirit, and this little kid is sensing there's something that this teacher is struggling with. And he's not being mean. He's really being compassionate and sweet.
Right. Speaking of kids, we have to give this update really quickly. So we talked yesterday about the kid at the Chiefs game with the face paint of black and red. Well, apparently the breaking news happened last night. The kid that Deadspin smeared over the false blackface and racism accusations is actually Native American. His grandfather is Raul Armenta. He is part of the Chumash tribe and a member of the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. And apparently, he's got a Native American upbringing and a background. So Deadspin takes another one on the chin, so to speak.
Wow.
Boy, what a disaster that is for them. Kudos to that kid.
I saw everybody kind of going after Deadspin, and they had that image and the video of Jimmy Kimmel when he dressed up as Carl Malone,
Yep.
and he was in blackface,
Mhm.
and he not only dressed up, put blackface on, but used the stereotypical black dialect, as they call it. That really offensive,
Mhm.
old timey dialect,
Right.
in describing Karl Malone, which was, it's super offensive.
Sure.
No matter what time it was,
Right.
and he never got called out.
No, of course not.
So like, hey, Deadspin, why don't you write an article on this?
Yeah. And Jimmy Kimmel's not the only one. Fallon had done it as well, right?
Jimmy Kimmel's and Howard Stern's too were the worst. And when I say worst, look, nothing offends me. So like, I'm not offended by any of this stuff.
Mhm.
But if we're going down this path,
Right.
what these guys did was way more offensive than
Absolutely.
what anybody. I mean, they basically did minstrel shows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
that's what was happening. And I know what Stern was doing. He was lampooning Ted Danson, who himself dressed up as blackface at a Whoopi Goldberg roast and said all kinds of offensive jokes. And
When he was dating Whoopi.
when he was
and
dating
living with her.
yes, and used the N-word, all kinds of. So like, that's what he was mocking.
Right.
But still, if you just look at that video, that's way more offensive than anything. I don't know.
Meanwhile, Deadspin's going after two different children, one at a high school football game and one at an NFL game.
Yeah. So yesterday, no, I guess this was Monday, Robert De Niro, he blasted the producers of the Gotham Independent Film Awards, accusing them of editing out remarks critical of former President Donald Trump from his speech during the ceremony. De Niro was on stage to present the historical Icon and Creator Tribute Award when he realized his speech on the teleprompter had been edited. He stopped and then turned to his phone to give the full speech, ending with some strong words directed at the Gotham Awards.
So this is an award show for like entertainment or theater, and
Yep.
he decided to make a political statement which got whacked.
Yes.
Good.
So they were, well, good. I mean, is it, let's put the other shoe on here for a second. If this was a conservative doing this, and he had some remarks about Joe Biden, and they edited them out, I think there would be outrage from this side, wouldn't there be?
Well, I would say time and place. Stick to sports. Like, I don't want politics in my sports. I don't need political messaging at a entertainment award show, regardless of it.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm saying if we're going to go down the free speech
Oh,
avenue here,
yeah.
then he should be able to say whatever he wants to.
Sure, yeah. If you want to put it underneath the free speech umbrella, sure.
Also, I don't, they're claiming that it was edited out. Maybe they had a finite amount of time and they just wanted him to stick to the finite amount of time. I don't know if it was so much, because I can't imagine the Gotham Awards in New York City giving two you-know-whats about some guy up there, especially Robert De Niro, trashing Trump.
Probably
It just
right.
doesn't, it doesn't jive with me.
Okay.
Cut 5, guys. This is how it sounded. Go.
The beginning of my speech was edited, cut out. I didn't know about it. And I want to read it. It was, thank you. History isn't history anymore. Truth is not truth. Even facts are being replaced by alternative facts and driven by conspiracy theories and ugliness. In Florida, young students are taught that slaves developed skills which could be applied for their personal benefit. The entertainment industry isn't immune to this festering disease. The Duke John Wayne famously
Boy, for an actor, he's not a very good reader, is
No.
he?
No.
He's trying to scroll his iPhone 7.
taking this great country away from them. There were great numbers of people who needed new land, and the Indians were selfishly trying to keep it for themselves.
No, he said Indians.
Lying has become just another tool in the charlatan's arsenal. The former president lied to us more than 30,000 times during his
Thank you very much.
4
years in office. And he's keeping up the pace in his current campaign of retribution. But with all his lies, he can't hide his soul. He attacks the weak, destroys the gifts of nature, and shows disrespect,
Sorry,
for example,
sir, this
by
is a
using
Wendy's.
Pocahontas as a slur. Filmmakers, on the other hand, strive, and this is where I came in and I saw that they edited all that. So I'm going to say these things, but to Apple and thank them and all that, Gotham, blah, 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 Apple, but I don't feel like thanking them at all. For what they did. How dare they do that, actually?
Yeah, don't they know I'm Bobby De Niro?
Oh, how dare they?
How dare they?
Yes, even Kamala agrees. Boy, I tell you what, I didn't think Joe could get any worse competition on the teleprompter. De Niro struggled with that one.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, look, free speech is free speech. The Gotham Comedy Awards, or whatever these are, the Gotham Awards, they shouldn't have edited a speech. But I just find it odd that like this is a liberal group that they edited that out.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I just don't see that. I just don't see that happening.
Because it would have played well with the crowd regardless.
It obviously did.
Yeah, and you heard the ovation there as well.
Yeah, so I'm not buying that.
Have you guys seen Killers of the Flower Moon?
I've
that
heard
he's
it's
in?
I've heard it's amazing. I'm waiting for it to come out on Apple TV. I'm not going to a movie theater.
I know. So De Niro is referencing, because it's an amazing true story about the Osage Native Americans who were on land that they then, was federally theirs, and they were the wealthiest people in the country at the time back in the day. This is in the early, 1920s, whatever, but it was the people of Osage, and the land was oil-rich land.
Yep.
It's an amazing film. It's 3.5 hours long. So edit De Niro then, and edit De Niro in Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yes.
Scorsese, he's a genius at his craft, but he spends way too long on making movies, and they're too freaking long.
They are.
Like just cut them down. There's a thing called the editing room floor.
I know.
Yeah.
Cut some of it down. If you want to have a giant director's cut that's 6.5 hours, and people want to buy that, fine.
Yes.
But the movie that's released in theaters should be like 2.5 hours.
I have a great
Agreed.
attention span, and I'm telling you, if you go beyond 2.5 hours, that's torture for me. I can't do it.
Well, because so I said to Larry, he's like, we have to see this in the theater. So then we, so 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
I was like, we could get this at home when it comes out.
It's longer than a baseball game.
Right. I want to exercise, or I want to fold laundry. I want to do something during that 3.5 hours.
Well,
My gosh.
Maybe you and Larry can have a Lauren Boebert moment in the theater.
Yeah. But if you watch it at home with Larry, you do run the risk of him losing the remote control or sitting on it and changing it. And we've established that precedent.
Well played.
All right, we should break here so we can get Tony in.
All right, coming up next, Tony Bruno, the man, the myth, the legend, his weekly Wednesday appearance live from the great free state of Florida. It's coming up next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Honey, come here, quick.
What is it?
Shh, check it out. The prices on all these highly rated tequilas are amazing. Total Wine must have made a mistake.
Nope, they always have the best deals in town. Remember that amazing reposado your sister brought over last week? See, it's right here.
Whoa, that's a low price. I mean, whoa, that's a low price.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa?
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
An 84-year-old Israeli woman with family in Lower Merion was part of the latest hostage release by Hamas. Temperatures are dropping even more today. A code blue remains in effect in Philadelphia and surrounding counties. And today will be the private funeral for former First Lady Rosalind Carter.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries got them. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There's so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? Maybe it's the tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
The Black Friday sales event is cruising into Delaware County, and Vidian Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has what you're looking for. Steve Vidian and his family have been selling and servicing the Jeeps, trucks, and cars of suburban Philadelphia for nearly 70 years.
Unbelievable selection? Vidian's got it. Fabulous pricing? Vidian's got it. Elite customer service? You know it.
Welcome the holidays with style and drive home in a new 2024 Wrangler Sport 4XE. There's one on the lot just for you. Shop Vidian.com 24/7 today. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $55.49 down, $329 plus tax, tags, and acquisition fees.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Get ready to start the NFL week off right, because right now all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. All you have to do is place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between the Seahawks and Cowboys, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. The NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at an even bigger payday. You can build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you and FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. It's really cool. You just have to open up the app, and there's all kinds of same-game parlays right there pre-built for you, and you can see who's betting on them, how many people are betting on them, what the odds are. So you can take your odds with that, or you can try one of your own. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. Refund issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, 8:31 live on a Wednesday morning. This segment brought to you by Consumer Cellular, where they offer the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers. Even in bumper-to-bumper traffic, their 100% U.S.-based support is just a call or a click away, plus activation always free. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today as we ship it on down to the great state of Florida for his weekly Wednesday appearance. The man, the myth, the legend, the great Tony Bruno is with us yet again. What up, Mr. Brunos?
Good morning, good morning, good morning. And I want to congratulate Bobby De Niro. It was 47 years ago today that he played a mentally disturbed taxi driver. 47 years later, he is a mentally disturbed, former great washed-up actor now. Starving for attention.
Boom. Take that, De Niro. Bruno just roasted you, which, by the way, if you're
Talking
watching.
to me, Bobby?
Exactly
you talking
right.
to me? Are you talking to me? I'm the only one here. You must be talking to me. I'm not even an actor, and I can read that. I can read my little cards, too. But Bobby De Niro can't even read from his iPhone? Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Bruno's dressed up for the part today. If you're
Look at
watching
that.
on YouTube,
Nice.
Salute
Eagles
to
gear.
Service, Eagles apparel.
What
I
year
don't
is
have
that?
the matching hat, though. I got to find a Kelly green hat. This is a hat I actually got at the Super Bowl in Minnesota when the Eagles finally won it. It says, I was there.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it has, and in the Eagle logo there, it has actual lights in it, but I can't find a battery before the show, so I apologize for that.
What year is that Salute to Service
This is
sweatshirt you're
actually,
wearing?
it's funny, it's the number 11 Carson Wentz one. So what I'm going to have to do now is now just put Brown up there instead of Wentz.
Yes.
Right? So it's number 11.
That's right.
So I'm repurposing my Salute to Service jersey, which was a Carson Wentz one, and now, of course, it's an A.J. Brown one.
There you go.
Nice.
So, Bruno, I got to get your thoughts on a litany of things here, but I do want to start with one of the things that we talked about yesterday, and you put out a great tweet in regards to this story. It's all about what Deadspin wrote about that kid in the Chiefs-Raiders game with the face paint and the headdress on, and you know firsthand what Deadspin is all about. Maybe our audience doesn't know, but you tweeted about it last night, so I'll tee you up for that.
Well, the Deadspin is an absolute, the bottom of the barrel, a bunch of racist people who only have one agenda, to go out and try to destroy people, even 5-year-old kids, try to destroy their lives with hit pieces. And they finally got called on it. What they did to me during 2020 when I was on the air working on Sirius XM, I had an account with a major gambling company. So that was a really good job for me because I was hired during the pandemic to talk about sports when there was no sports, because Sirius XM said, hey, we need somebody to talk about sports when there's no sport. Was the guy. So I had a show on Sirius XM. Then Deadspin, some deadbeat writer who happened to be a white dude, came after me and wrote this hit piece. And while I was doing the show, no one flinched. No one thought anything that I said, including Harry Mays, who was doing the show with me, and a whole bunch of people who were working on that show. This guy, 2 days later, posts these stories, and he keeps sending them to all major media. He sent them to Sirius XM, he sent them to DraftKings, and anybody that was affiliated with me. And of course, when you keep putting pressure on big corporations to get rid of somebody, even though his accusations were flat, and if you read the story, he starts it off by calling me a name. So anytime there's somebody calls you a name in a headline, you know that that's not a legitimate piece of journalism or somebody actually looking into an outrage. So I lost my job and it hurt my career. And so I've been ripping Deadspin ever since. I tried to sue them, but they told me I would never win in court. Now because what they did to this kid, this Karen guy, Karen J. Phillips,
correct. Yeah.
What he did to this 5-year-old kid should cost him not only his job, he should never be allowed to be hired. But for people like Karan J. Phillips, professional race hustlers, Karan J. Phillips, Jamel Hill, Bomani Jones, all of these people exist for one reason and one reason alone, because there's always a shortage of racism. They have to make up racism and find things that they deem racism. And it's about time that these people are paid, are punished for that. Deadspin should be sued back into the sewer from which it came. Remember, it was Gawker Media. Somebody bought Gawker, and it was a wrestler. What's his name?
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan took them down with a major lawsuit. So the entire company, Gawker, Deadspin, all of these other gutter snipes, were all wiped from the face of the earth. But then somebody else out there puts $10 together, hires dipshits, pardon my language, hires absolute scum of the earth like Karan J. Phillips and Thomas LaForgia and a bunch of other white and black alleged journalists to go do hit pieces on people. And hopefully this one with that Native American 5-year-old kid at the Chiefs game, this will take them down again for the last time. And I'm not a cancel culture guy. You know that. I think anybody should be able to say what they want as long as it's not libelous or slanderous. If this isn't libel or slander, and the worst part, and I'm outraged. This is legit outrage. This isn't. I'm not reading this from my phone.
Yep.
This is coming from here. Yeah. I think Deadspin should be taken down and taken down hard. And I think Karan J. Phillips should be absolutely part of a lawsuit. he should be sued for everything that he owns, which is probably not much since he's working at Deadspin.
Well said, Tony Bruno. Bruno joining us as he does.
He has some
each and
thoughts
every
on
Wednesday.
Deadspin, Nick.
Yes. Gawker.
Deadspin must die. Deadspin must die. I want everybody to open up their windows and shout it out right now. I'm as mad as hell, and Deadspin must die,
Yes.
and it must die now.
It really pisses me off.
It really does. So, Bruno, I got to get your thoughts on a handful of other stories, but I do because you are decked out in Eagles gear. I want to get your thoughts to what played out on Sunday between the Eagles and Bills, and then also coming up this Sunday, the 49ers coming to town. And I'll just tell you right now, I saw the line. San Francisco's a 2.5, 3-point road favorite at a team that is 10-1. I think the 49ers are going to come into Philadelphia and win this Sunday. I wanted to get your thoughts on both Buffalo and San Francisco.
Well, you're absolutely right, Nick. And not because, I'm an Eagle fan, but when I saw the Buffalo Bills and the way they played after they fired their offensive coordinator, I thought they were going to come in and win too. I picked the Bills on my pool, and I said, you know what? Buffalo's going to be a problem for the Eagles because Josh Allen couldn't play any better than he did in that game. I mean, he did everything. Ran the ball, threw the ball. They were slicing and dicing the Eagles all over the place. And then for some reason, the Eagles go into the halftime and they come out. And by the way, when they came out at the second half with the kick, they didn't do anything on that drive either. So something clicks and the Eagles have this, I don't know what it is. I've never seen a football team, and I've seen the best of Eagles teams and the worst of Eagles teams. I've never seen a team do what this team does week after week after week. And of course, the line is, well, sooner or later, it's going to catch up to them. I don't know that to be a fact, but I do know this. You can't be falling behind every single week and expect to win in the NFL. So obviously, San Francisco, this is their Super Bowl. This is their revenge game because everybody talked about the Kansas City game being a revenge game. That game didn't mean anything other than the Eagles won a tough game on the road against a team they hadn't beaten since 2009. Same thing with Buffalo. Buffalo came in here. They should have won that game. But it's, you can blame the officials all you wanted. The Buffalo Bills fans and the players were all upset because fans were taunting them from their seats, by the way. They didn't charge the field. And then those guys on tape, the Buffalo Bills players were caught on tape putting their hands on a fan who was busting their chops from his first row seat, the ones that are above the field level. And now the Buffalo Bills aren't apologizing for it. They should have been fined for that.
Yep.
Listen, I think there were fans that do stuff. That the fact that they claimed that the fans were threatening their lives. A guy in the stands yelling is threatening a player's life. They were giving him the business, as an official once said. These fans were doing what fans do. They were giving, and you can watch the tapes. The tapes are all over the internet. And you can hear the Eagle fans. It was a big African-American guy in the front row. He was giving them stuff. And then the Bills players come over, and one guy, Phillips, pushes the dude. And it's caught on tape. So listen, I'm not one who wants to sue players. Players, you can't have rabbit ears, especially in the NFL, especially when you're choking away another game on the road. So to me, that was Bush League by the Bills players. I get they're upset. I get they realize now that they may not even make the playoffs, but that's not the Phillies fans. That's not the Eagles' fault. The Eagles went out and did what they had to do. And Jalen Hurts went out there and once again showed you that people knock this guy. They see him sitting on the bench. He looks like he's in the Twilight Zone. But when he gets on the field, there's some gear that kicks in with this guy that is something I've never seen before. And we've seen all the great Eagle quarterbacks going back to 1960 when I was a young punk kid in South Philly. So what Jalen Hurts has become now, he could go down. Seriously, hopefully he stays healthy because we are seeing in the NFL this year, guys, you got to have a healthy quarterback. And the Eagles' second-string quarterback right now, he has not. Marcus Mariota did not play well in the preseason games, and he hasn't taken a snap yet.
Yep.
And so the question is, if something happens to Jalen Hurts, and he's had a bad knee and he still goes out there and plays, then the Eagles are going to be in trouble. But right now, they could actually clinch a playoff spot. Did you know that?
Yeah.
You guys know that?
That's correct. That is correct.
There is a scenario right here. I have it broken down. If you're scoring at home, and if you are, congratulations. It's chilly. Make sure you put a sweater on. I mean, I had to turn the air conditioning off last night here.
Good for you, Bruno.
The AC off. It went down to 49, and now I'm crying like Robert De Niro trying to read his iPhone. I'm crying like Cynthia Nixon, who had a 5-day hunger strike in New York, demanding for a ceasefire. and couldn't last 2 days in her hunger strike. She looks like she needs more than a sandwich right now. She needs a lobotomy. You talk about insane people. These are people we used to admire. Oh, the Sex in the City. Have you seen Cynthia Nick lately?
Yeah.
Damn. Damn.
The front page of the New York Post this morning, she looks sickly.
Oh,
she
really?
does. Yeah. I'm holding it up to the camera right now if you
By
can
the way,
see her.
Robin in her nightgown, her robe is behind me now. I don't know what she's doing.
I saw.
Robin, don't let that robe pop open.
Nice.
Let's keep Robin off camera.
Yeah, Robin's on camera trying to fix something.
Yeah.
And she's wearing a robe. And I hope that robe doesn't slip off.
Exactly.
That could be. I mean, I already. Yeah, there's the Hunger Games. Yeah, I saw that this morning. That's when I wrote it down.
Yeah.
Cynthia Nixon, go have a sandwich, honey.
Yeah.
2 days. Can't make it 2 days. Sex in the City. How about sandwich in the city? Get your ass down and get out of here.
Bruno is joining us as he does each and every Wednesday. You see Bruno's wearing the Eagles apparel. He's got the hat and the shirt on. Well, the NFL...
And the glasses, the matching glasses. Don't forget
Oh,
those.
I did not notice that. It's a good look by you.
Yeah, look at that. Green and, nice.
Yeah.
Miss Robin, I'm just saying, might get us to 6,000 on YouTube.
Oh,
All right, Robin, show us what you got.
Robin
You're beautiful.
Austin does not have an OnlyFans account, although we're thinking about it for the holiday season just to try to make a couple extra bucks.
Times are tough, man.
Times are tough. And if you're going to purchase any NFL apparel, it's very expensive. Hats going for $35 and $40 a piece. Bruno, I got to get your take on this. I don't know about you, but I'm so tired of having my sports inundated with social justice messaging, and the NFL still hasn't learned their lesson because now they are planning to roll out more left-wing talking point apparel just in time for the holidays, where if you go on the NFL's official pro shop, you can purchase hats, whether they're the winter beanie snowman hats or the NFL fitted hats, and you can get like a Bengals or a Cowboy hat or a Steeler hat, and you can have these hats featuring the logos of your favorite team with messages that include economic opportunities, police community relations, criminal justice reform, and social justice. Because, Tony, when I go to an Eagles game and I'm sitting next to an awful Cowboy fan, the one thing on top of my mind is criminal justice reform. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
It's you know, listen, they can do whatever they want. You don't have to buy it. If you don't want it, don't buy it. And by the way, they have end racism still in the end zones year after year after year. And racism isn't. You know why racism won't end? Because of places like Deadspin who want racism to continue.
Yes.
Who find racism that doesn't exist. Now, there is racism. Don't get me wrong. And those people should be dealt with severely. But Jussie Smollett and all these other people who get away with hoaxes, they never pay the consequences. So if the NFL wants to play end racism and they keep it up there, what are they accomplishing?
Yep.
How is racism going to end when you got NFL players and NBA players, you know, in trouble with the law? I mean, if you just worry about your own house, fix your own house first, NFL.
Yep.
You got players being accused, getting cut from teams for not even showing up, pretending that they don't care. You got Deontay Johnson in Pittsburgh for the ball fumbles, and then his coach has to say, well, you know, he's got to get more focused. The guy's been in the league 5 years. So listen, the NFL product, it's still the best product out there. The officials stink, we know that. But until you can fix your own house, don't be telling people, don't put mess and racism. I mean, what kind of virtue signaling nonsense is that?
It's the worst.
And you know, on my new show now, I can use profanity. That's why I slip. So it's really, really hard for me right now to hold back. As an Italian from South Philadelphia who only talks with his hands and every once in a while lets a profanity slip. So keep your hand on the dump button.
I got you. By the way, why don't you give a plug for your new network there, Tony?
And by the way, Nick Kayal was heavily featured last Friday night.
I saw.
On the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
As I was cocktailing.
It's not competing with you guys. It's an app.
No, of course.
And all I want for Christmas is everybody in Philly and people all over the country and all over the world are downloading it. It's free. Just go to Tony Bruno Sports Network in the App Store, Google Play, and you could take me everywhere. Except to a Robert De Niro movie for 3.5 hours. I'm not going in any 3. I agree with you. If a movie's over 3 hours, I'm out.
Yep.
If a movie's over 2.5 hours, I'm out.
Yes, indeed.
Just like what's his name, who's now bailing on his Dallas Mavericks in the NBA. Did you see that story?
Yeah, Mark Cuban.
Mark Cuban, all of a sudden, he's got something better going on. And for that reason, I'm out, Mark.
Yes. Well, he's bailing on Shark Tank as well. I think he's out of that as well. I was kind of surprised. They've got 16 seasons of that in the books already.
Yeah, well, a lot of NFL owners, like the Carolina Panthers guy, he's bailing on the NFL too.
Yeah, well,
he
fired Frank Wright after 10 games.
It's an outrage.
It is. I got to get your thoughts on this. Very interesting story. We've talked a lot about the rise of artificial intelligence and how dangerous it can be. You know, Sports Illustrated used to be, when I was a kid in the 90s, you would look forward to that magazine coming to your mailbox each and every week. And then in January or February, you would look forward to the swimsuit edition. 13-year-old boys relishing the moment to see women in bikinis.
Yep.
And for years now, they've been getting rid of all of their writers like the great Peter King and guys like that and outsourcing their writing. Well, now Sports Illustrated has been accused of and has denied posting AI-generated stories in their publication in print and online, and they were apparently using not only fake AI-generated writers, but also AI-generated profiles and photos of people that don't really exist.
To me, this is the most mind-boggling story of concerning media. We know the media, is fake. It's all fake. These people are not journalists anymore. Karan J. Phillips is not a journalist. People pretending to be journalists. At least AI is making journalists. They actually can write for Sports Illustrated because they can. The late, great Frank DeFord is rolling over in his grave. All of you people who got your phone, remember the phones that they used to send you when you got a subscription to Sports Illustrated? The football phone, and the shoe phone, and all those other things.
Love the shoe phone.
Oh my God, I forgot.
Love the shoe phone is right. The football phone.
Yep.
Now, who's going to subscribe to Sports Illustrated when their writers aren't even real people?
No,
they're
you can't even troll them.
created phonies, and you know they're phonies because they're all good looking, and everybody knows that most writers are slovenly, disheveled, ink-stained wretches.
Have you ever been to an Eagles press box? You can confirm that. Oh boy, a couple of final.
Who's going to subscribe? Even we all know the women have all been airbrushed in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition.
Right.
They weren't AI. They had a little artificial stuff here and there, but that's, you're shooting on a beach. You get sand in your hair. You get sand in body parts. You don't see that when the final product's there. But that wasn't AI.
Mm-hmm.
Those were real women. Those were real beads of sweat on them. Those were real sweat beads. Those were real sand all over their legs and stuff.
Exactly.
Now it's all fake. When is anything going to get real? Let's keep it real.
Yep.
As the great Allen Iverson's mom once said to the media gathered around her back during the day of the AI regime in Philadelphia, the great Allen Iverson, get out of my face with that crazy stuff. You want to keep it real? You keep it real with me.
Exactly.
Remember that?
Yes, I do. I thought you were going for the soundboard there. I was letting you tee that one up.
No, the soundboard's not here, but I got to give up love to. I'm sorry, man. I got to give up love to our education secretary, Mr. Cardona.
Yeah, Miguel.
Did you see that? Did you play that clip?
Yes, we
Yesterday,
did.
Yep.
Yeah, the guy's like, in the words of Ronald Reagan, we're here from the government to help you. And Ronald Reagan, anybody who was alive or even actually pays attention to history knows that Ronald Reagan said the 9 worst words you'd like to hear are, I'm from the government, and we're here to help.
That's correct.
The guy couldn't even get a Ronald Reagan quote right, and he's the Secretary of Education.
Well, and Tony, not only did he misquote it, he used it in the wrong context as well.
Exactly. Ronald Reagan was saying that the government's not going to help you. This guy's saying that Ronald Reagan said that the government was going to help you. And this guy's in charge of education.
Fake news.
Fake news. There you go.
That's fake news. It's embarrassing.
It is.
It really is.
I mean, you go down through this entire administration, Tony. They're all terrible public speakers. They're all PR nightmares, from Joe to Kamala to Karine to Cardona to Alejandro Mayorkas. The only guy that ever gets up there and he says nothing, and he's the master of spin, but at least he can eloquently speak and string together sentences, is John Kirby. Other than that, they're all a walking disaster.
He's an admiral. And he's been around. He's not just he wasn't appointed by Biden. He's been an admiral and a spokesperson for the Department of Justice, the Defense Department, for a long time. So you're right. He's mastered the art of, no matter who the president is, to go out there and do a tap dance, but at least you can understand him.
Yep.
But the good thing, though, we now have people in the White House press room who could tell us that they met with Stevie Wonder last night. I don't know if Stevie Wonder is going to meet with the president, because Stevie Wonder, who I had a conversation with last night, he wants to know why Joe Biden won't meet with Stevie Wonder. I'm very superstitious, and I think he's got to go in there and get something done.
I see what you did there.
And the best part is she's asking that question with a KN95 mask on, and people are supposed to take.
Yeah.
And Karine Jean-Pierre, she legitimately was. I've never seen her more laser focused than trying to answer that question. Like that was the most important question ever presented to the binder.
I think if what's the chick's name? She worked everywhere. She's written books. April Ryan.
Yep.
If April Ryan had just mentioned Stevie Wonder maybe 2 more times, I think Stevie Wonder would have just magically appeared at the dais there and pushed Karine Jean-Pierre right out of the way and started singing live like James Taylor did when they took him overseas with John Kerry.
Oh, yeah.
To sing "You Got a Friend" in France to bring back the Paris, whatever the accords were. I don't know. I can't. I don't know what the accord. What the Paris?
The Paris
Climate
Accord.
No, you got it right. Yeah.
The Paris Climate Accord. They had to trot out James Taylor and John Kerry to sing "You Got a Friend" a cappella in Paris. That's how crazy this whole thing is.
It is. Final one for you, and you want to talk about crazy, and we can all relate to this on this show. Dawn works with Parks. Greg works with FanDuel. Tony, you when you were at Sirius, you were working with DraftKings. I love using all of them. ESPN has now launched their own sports betting outlet, basically an app, a sports book, and it's in partnership with Penn Gaming, which was affiliated with Barstool. So
Barstool sold it to ESPN.
That's correct. And ESPN is taking a ton of heat for this, and rightfully so, because they are not honoring an Eagles parlay that essentially, if you've ever gambled on sports and you put a parlay together, whether it's 3, 4, 5, 12, whatever it is, if you hit all of them and then one of them pushes, usually they honor it and it reverts to a straight bet, or you still get some sort of compensation. This time, though, ESPN did not pay out the winner and canceled the entire parlay bet, and the sports betting universe is going in on ESPN for this. They just launched this new thing, and they look awful in doing so.
I agree. And I know here in Florida, of course, we weren't allowed to gamble until recently. And now Hard Rock Casino, the Seminole tribe, controls all the sport. So I actually have a Hard Rock app now where I can go on my phone here in Florida and it recognizes me right away. Even though I didn't have a headdress on or red and black paint or eagle paint on my face, Hard Rock bets. And I'm not making any money from them, but I'm happy because I can finally bet in Florida legally.
Yep.
I don't have to go offshore. I don't have to wait a month to get paid. And just like you, Nick, I'm playing like 10 team. And Hard Rock Bets always posts every day about people who won $16,000 on a $5 bet, and they post all of the winners. People are winning millions of dollars down here, and they're playing. And the amount of money being bet here in Florida now that it's legal, at least at the Hard Rock casinos, is unbelievable. And that's why Florida finally has betting, because Florida is bigger than New York when it comes to the number of people who gamble, and so this is big for Florida, for the revenue, for the state. So I endorse it. You remember 1-800-GAMBLING.
Yes.
Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLING.
Yes, indeed.
But the good thing about these apps, and you have to have money in your account. So you can't, if you have $200 in your account, you can't bet $1,000 on a game. And so that, to me, is the good thing about legal betting online, is that you can't bet what you don't have.
Right, you got to post.
And they're not going to, Nunzio is not going to say, hey, I'll spot you 500 this weekend. I'm good for it.
And then break
You're
your
not going to
kneecaps.
have any of that stuff. If you want to do that, go right ahead. If you want to risk getting your head bashed in when you don't pay and you're a couple of parlays down, and you got to pay the guy at the end of the week, and you don't have any money because you spent it all on Black Friday sales, and you got involved with Black Friday, of course, local shops, local Saturday, and of course Cyber Monday. And what's coming up, Giving Tuesday. What do we have today on this What Up Wednesday? Every day there's something to make you spend money.
Well, no, today is, as you said, it's the Chatterbait economy. So now you got to do the Chatterbait so you can make more money to shop more this Friday.
There you go.
Chatterbait? That sounds dirty.
It is.
Chatterbait.
That was the site that the Virginia Congresswoman
Yeah.
Democrat went on with her husband.
The woman and her husband.
She lost.
And she actually lost. How does she lose? How do you lose when you and your husband are consensually performing for the people who want to pay to see a
Amen.
husband and wife perform.
Because
Absolutely.
She was accused of just giving lip service.
It's a good civil servant.
Boy.
All right, Bruno, get on out of here, man. I hope it warms up for you. I know 52 degrees is a rough day for you, but I'm sure
I
you'll
had to
survive.
put on my jeans. I can't wear shorts today. I can't wear my flip-flops. I had to put on socks and my Skechers and my jeans and an Eagles sweatshirt and a shirt underneath it.
Yeah,
so,
for God's
all
sake.
you people out there worried about an inch of snow, you saw the story, right? 669 days now without an inch of snow in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, it's been 660 minutes since SEPTA actually had running service on all of their lines. And actually, that may be longer than that. When was the last time SEPTA did not have all these people not showing up for work and taking people on their morning commutes? 669 days without snow. Is that global warming or
I think
climate
so.
change?
I think so.
That's the question. Which
Eat
one
less
is
red
it?
meat, Tony. Eat less meat. That's how you
If
save
you
it.
stop eating those steaks, if you stop going to steakhouses,
Yes.
and you just worry, we will get snow again. Santa Claus, I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know how Santa Claus is going to make it here this Christmas season if we don't get snow in Philadelphia.
I agree.
I don't know what we're going to do, Nick.
We're going to cancel it, Tony, like everything else we're
Let's
supposed to
cancel
enjoy.
Christmas.
I agree. Karan J. Phillips will say Christmas is racist. We got to cancel
It is racist.
It is.
It is. At least Santa Claus is black now in a lot of places. That's good.
It's true.
Go into a store.
Absolutely true.
I think Santa Claus, although I don't get the black beard. I mean, because Santa Claus gets old. He's supposed to be hundreds of years
Right.
old.
Yeah.
How
The beard
can he
is
still
so
have a
white.
black beard?
Yeah, I
Black
figured he would just
I
look
have
like
no
Morgan
problem with
Freeman.
Black Santa, but Black Santa should not have black beards.
Right.
Yeah, it
White
should be
Santa
white.
has a white beard and white hair because he's
Absolutely.
100-something years old.
Yep, at least.
I know brothers look good. I know black don't crack, but if Santa Claus, a black Santa Claus can have a pitch. He looks like the former Eagles offensive lineman whose beard is always pitch black. You know what I'm talking about? Jason Peters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when guys get older.
He's still playing.
I know he is. He's playing for the Seattle Seahawks.
It's an outrage.
Exactly.
All right, man. Get out of here.
Get
There
out
he
of
is.
here.
There he
I
is.
read everything from my Robert De Niro issue. I even got my Cynthia Nixon and Snow notes in today.
And-
It's a good segment.
And read it better.
Yeah, you did. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Tony Bruno, live from Florida. Good stuff, buddy. I'll talk to you Friday.
Thank you, guys. Good
There
night,
he is.
everybody.
Good night.
Bruno joining us as he does each and every Wednesday, decked out in official Eagles apparel and complaining that it's 52 degrees.
Ugh,
Oh, I had to take off my sandals. I haven't had my sandals on in months.
Oh, stop.
Zioli loves it. I told Zioli the sandals return in April. All right, coming up next, we will get to Dawn's Big Three as well as presidential debates that might not happen as soon as 2024. Here's how we save the valuable tradition. Kayal and Company, final hour next.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in Philadelphia. It's QC Kinetics, Advanced Regenerative Medicine. It's pretty amazing stuff. Many of you have told me, Dawn, it's like a miracle in my life. So if you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, just hold off a second, would you? And get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can actually harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. And I'm talking lasting relief because QC Kinetics, they don't mask the pain. These treatments actually go to the very root, the very core of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your aching joint, restoring and repairing that damaged tissue. So imagine living your life as we come up on the holiday season this winter, no more pain in your knees. No more pain in your hips, your shoulders, your aching back. No drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. Yeah, life is about motion. It's about getting moving, and QC Kinetics is giving people their lives back with these all-natural treatments. Just call them. Call the local medical professionals. You get a free consultation. Do this today. Just call QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hi, this is Mark Luca, president of Aqua Pennsylvania, with an important message to help protect your home this winter. Don't let freezing temperatures wreak havoc on your home's plumbing. Prevent frozen pipes by insulating pipes along exterior walls, repairing broken windows, and opening cabinets so warm air can circulate. If your pipes freeze, thaw with heat tape or a blow dryer, or call a professional to help. Aqua, an essential utilities company providing clean, safe, reliable water when you need it. Find more tips at aquawater.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Can you trust the government to protect you? We have political chaos, high inflation, global wars, no border protection, and our leadership telling you about pronouns and electric cars. It's time to take a hard look at protecting yourself and your family. It's time to call Oxford Gold Group. Whether you want to diversify against inflation or have gold on hand, you need to visit jessekellygold.com. Protect yourself with a visit to jessekellygold.com. That's jessekellygold.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you. Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yeah, I love this one. Don't get angry at us. We're just giving you the facts over the feelings. It's Kayal and Company.
By the way, the Rolling Stones pre-sale for their tour, they'll be in Philadelphia June 11th. Goes on sale at noon today. So the pre-sale for the Rolling Stones coming to Philadelphia on June 11th goes on sale at noon today.
So will we be having win them before you can buy them tickets on Kayal & Company?
I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't know if we're gonna get win them before we can buy them, but I'm trying to at least get tickets so we can give away for the morning mystery. But we have a great one today coming up in like 15 minutes.
Yes, we do, and we will give you those details right now because coming up at 9:20, if you are the morning mystery movie clip winner, you will get yourself once again for the second straight day, and we'll have these all week long, a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco and the It Ain't Right Tour 2024, which is coming up at the Wells Fargo Center on September 27th of 2024. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 o'clock, Ticketmaster.com. All right, Dawn's Big Three at 9:15, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip at 9:20. We'll get to the cut sheet part due, as well as some of these ridiculous stories, including the United Nations is set to call on Americans to stop eating meat in an effort to tackle climate change, despite only making up 1.4% of global emissions. We'll get to that. But this is a very interesting story that we saw this morning from The Hill. And I've always had strong opinions on let people debate. I love dialogue. I love discourse. I love discussion. I love debates. It's what this format is founded on, right? We sit here and we debate the issues of the day. It's why I got into talk radio almost 20 years ago, whether it was sports or now with news and politics and the issues of the day. But The Hill with a story that says presidential debates may not happen in 2024. And here's how we can save this valuable tradition. They go on to write, the Commission on Presidential Debates announced the forthcoming slate of debate sites for the presidential election season 2024. Now, since 1976, there have been consistent televised presidential debates in the United States, originally broadcasted and conducted by the League of Women Voters. The Commission on Presidential Debates took over the sponsorship and the organization of said debates back in 1987. The impending election raises the most serious doubts about whether this televised debate series will continue. Both the DNC and the RNC have refused to commit to the proposed dates of the 2024 debates that are set to begin in San Marcos, Texas, next October.
Wow.
So we are 11 months away from those debates, a little bit longer than that from the election, and they are saying that there are serious problems in the last several CPD events, which may prevent the necessary parties from agreeing to these debates that are typically viewed by 50 to 100 million Americans. Now, here's the thing that really ticks me off about this, is one of the most serious problems faced by these events is the moderators, where journalist moderators have been chosen for 3 debates for decades. The problems with moderators are twofold, they say. First, journalists have come to occupy a prominent argumentative position in the debates, which I don't think we really want to see. And also, in the 1990s, journalist moderators would occupy roughly 5% of the speaking time in debates. However, in the most recent series, moderator Chris Wallace, who can't shut his freaking face, spoke 25% of the time. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when you go to a sporting event. You don't want to see the referees. You don't want to see the officials. The best officials are left unseen, unheard. Just get in. Don't become a part of the show. Nobody came to see you. So this applies to Chris Wallace. This applies to Kristen Welker or any other person, whether they're of a conservative network or mainstream media. We are not tuning in for you to be a part of the show. We're tuning in to hear Trump and Biden go at each other, or even in the primaries, we want to hear Nikki versus Vivek. I would say the biggest compliment we can give a moderator is that they were not a factor one way or the other. And that even goes to the Caitlin Collinses of the world, who are getting fed information in their ear constantly by producers in the trucks.
Like a yip dog.
Like a yip dog. So, I mean, I don't know about you. I know these primary debates after the first one have been painful, in large part because Donald Trump has not participated, nor should he. But when we get to the actual presidential debates in the closing weeks, to not have that as an American, I feel like I'm being kind of gypped a little bit with the whole process. So Just kind of wanted to throw that out. And they're talking about how they can save this valuable tradition.
Here's the problem with this, and I do agree with you because, for one, we're in the content business, so we need content. So I am, on a purely selfish basis, I do want this content for this radio program. However, is there anybody who really doesn't have their minds made up about Joe Biden and Donald Trump? You know what I mean?
No, you're probably right.
What is the policy difference? Well, everybody knows the policy differences. So, what are people going to learn new from debates like this?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I think these debates, though, there are moments. I'm just trying. There are some famous moments. And I've studied this while teaching journalism classes. So one of them I'll bring forth to you is Al Gore and George W. Bush. And Al Gore was trying, what was it? It was about the locked box, and was trying to give him a hard time, and kind of walked right up to George Bush, like as if to intimidate him or something. And W just kind of gave him this look, and it was really funny.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a great moment. And those moments, you look at how close that election was with the hanging chads, and by the way, that's what led Florida to get to really lock up and tighten up its election process. I will say, but those moments I think can matter in a presidential debate.
Well,
one-on-one.
And also, I think it's going into these debates where you sit there, if you are a Republican or a Democrat, and you already kind of know, obviously, who you're going to vote for, but you know if you're coming into this debate in a position of strength or a position of weakness. And for us to not get this in 2024, where Joe Biden, it's honestly scary to think where he will be cognitively and mentally by the time we arrive in October of 2024. I don't know how in the world Joe will be able to debate Donald Trump. So from the DNC side of things, they're probably like, okay, that's great. We'll just stick Joe in mothballs. We'll put him in the basement and we won't debate. Whereas, Trump is salivating at the opportunity to get the aha gotcha moment on Joe and show that he is not fit to keep leading.
So then why is the RNC hemming and hawing if they know? I don't disagree with you. I've said from the start.
I don't know what the RNC's beef would be.
That Trump should be in these debates just because he's so good at them. You know what I mean? Like he can carve these people up. And yes, a debate between him and Biden wouldn't even be close.
No.
But so why do you guys think the RNC is dragging their feet on it?
I mean, it's interesting. They talk about the first issue being the moderators. I don't understand what the issue would be unless they feel like the I don't want to say the venue, but the setup isn't conducive to. But then again, unless you get somebody from Fox News, you're not going to have it's going to be one of these mainstream guys that have been or gals that have been in the media on one of these Sunday shows for the networks for 25, 30 years. So you're already playing from behind from that standpoint.
Over the weekend, Vivek Ramaswamy had suggested that the next one, if there's one in January, it would be hosted by Tucker Carlson, and it would be on the X platform.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Tucker Carlson is a very interesting choice. But I think ultimately the GOP is thinking, well, by far the leading candidate, Trump, if he's not going to join in on these things, this is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we doing here? We're wasting our time, in other words, if the leading candidate is not going to join in.
But, you mentioned Twitter and you mentioned X. That would be great for conservatives. But for all the people on the left that have left Twitter because they hate what Elon Musk has done and how he's reinvigorated free speech and things like that, I feel like just having Tucker Carlson moderate something on X, it only feeds to your base. Like, I don't think you're gonna really win anybody over, or maybe even have anybody tune in for that matter.
I would agree with that.
Like the Keith Olbermans of the world, I'm done with Twitter. I'm out of here. Like, are they going to come back to watch that on X with Tucker?
If Trump goes, but if Trump does not go, then what does it matter?
Right.
It'll go. You're going to have viral moments because younger voters are not going to watch it anywhere.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Especially with Trump not there. So what does it matter?
Yeah. Very interesting article if you want to check it out, thehill.com, how to save the debates.
I will say this, too, that I do believe that, and we've discussed this on this program, that I think that the the format of the debates needs to change. It needs to kind of, it's been the same format since 1960.
Yeah. It needs more than a facelift.
It needs more than a facelift. It needs a whole kind of revamping. So I think that they should take this as an opportunity to like kind of revamp and rethink the entire structure of the thing. And I think that stuff on X or TikTok or whatever, I think is an interesting avenue to go. To reach younger people or reach people that don't tune in to linear TV anymore.
Well, simulcast it then. Simulcast it on X as well as Facebook. So the left and the right can go to their favorite app of choice and watch it that way.
But it needs to be more of a laid back, and I know it's a debate, so it's hard to do that, but it needs to be more of a laid back Joe Rogan type.
I was just going to say, what about Bill Maher?
Smoking weed and drinking scotch. Like, I obviously that's never going to happen, and I'm being facetious, but it needs to be more of that kind of laid back, comfortable atmosphere rather than the, okay, you have 30 seconds, go.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think the one, was it the last debate? Was it NBC News? And they had all of the candidates do an open.
Yep.
And they all like looked down and they went like this. And that's what they did to us in TV back like in the 90s when you did your open. It's like, and join your anchor team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was, I laughed out loud when I saw that. It was so 1990s.
Yep.
So to your point, get it out of there and have it hip, have it, like you're saying, a town hall and have Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Bill Maher, I don't know, Chris Rock.
Yeah.
Like add in somebody who's some comedians, people who are smart and funny and interesting. And I think it would get huge viewership before a live audience because you're going to catch people. We talk about authentic all the time.
Yeah.
It's really hard to be rehearsed and to be phony in front of what I just said.
Well, that's why I think when you talk about, Greg mentioned the word laid back. Yeah. There's nobody more laid back than Joe Rogan and Bill Maher. I mean, both of those guys. I mean, Joe Rogan it sounds like he's on his deathbed half of the time. But he's a guy that like he's going to tell you X, Y, or Z. And Bill Maher, classic liberal who hates the wokeness but values free speech.
And they couldn't. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. Go ahead.
Pause there. They couldn't make the argument either that these guys are like right wing because
that's what I'm saying.
They're both liberals.
Yeah.
So, and they're both liberals that I believe. Well, maybe not Bill Maher because Trump sued Bill Maher, so maybe not him. But you could take somebody like that in that atmosphere, Theo Vaughn, whoever, name any big podcaster, and have them debate it, and you can't make the. You can't say that they're right-wing hacks because they're not.
Nope. Charlemagne the God.
Yes,
would be perfect.
There you go.
Like that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely, somebody like that.
But,
we just solved it right there.
Yeah, and I think that would be. I would love that actually because I think, well, personally, I think in those moments that if they especially talk about the economy and get into that, that's Trump's wheelhouse. So selfishly, I think in those moments, Trump does fantastic.
Yep.
The reason the Caitlin Collins thing, was cringeworthy because they're going toward Me Too, and then he's going nasty woman. I'm like, no, But if they talk about the economy and they get him in there, then that's that for a mainstream audience to hear Donald J. Trump talk about this is how we're going to fix it. This is how we're going to do jobs. This is how we're going to fix education. He is somebody who knows how to fix stuff and build stuff.
Yeah. Plus, you had too many people in Caitlin Collins' ear trying to micromanage her on the fly with too many consultants and fact checkers and things like that. Good poll question. I don't know who's had more people in their ears lately, Caitlin Collins or Ron DeSantis. Should probably be a poll question. All right, 9:20 on this Wednesday morning as we get to the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal & Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hell, we'd have won that son of a gun if the corn stalks would have held out. We just ran out of ammunition.
Better luck next time, Pee Wee.
All we got's right here. Thank you, Jackson.
What are you thanking me for?
I got family up there from Louisville. I need them to know. I need them to know who I am.
Hey, number one! You playing ball or socializing?
Playing ball, up.
Come on!
Maybe tomorrow we'll all wear 42. That way they won't tell us apart.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, that one came out of the basket of easy. But if you have any idea what that is, 855-839-1210, caller number 12, you will win this prize. A pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco and the It Ain't Right Tour 2024, Wells Fargo Center, coming up in September 27th, 2024. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. We'll see if we get our winner, and right now we swing it on over at 9:23 to Dawn Stensland for her Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And we are sponsored in the Big Three by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon on this sunny 39-degree day. So let's talk about big changes coming to Pennsylvania and the envelope, please, as they say. Well, we have changes announced just yesterday required for all Pennsylvania counties. And yes, after a lot of talk and a lot of debate about elections and uncertainty, and what do we talk about? Election integrity. So we have a decision here for Pennsylvania, and this is a big deal, and it's big news for all of us and good for all of us as well. So we have Pennsylvania simplifying the mail voting process in an effort, officials say, to reduce voter errors. This is the Pennsylvania Department of State, actually today, rolling out the new envelope language and the format for the 2024 primary for all 67 counties in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in hopes of, promoting transparency in our elections, but also to take down the common voter errors that can end up disqualifying any kind of votes. The Philadelphia Inquirer this morning, they even pointed out that even Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney failed to date his mail ballot in November's election.
You could have stopped that Jim Kenney failed, and then that would be applicable to everything. What a hack.
Well played. Oh, my goodness. So this is big news. This is rejected mail ballots do make up a relatively small percentage of votes, according to these accounts. About 3% of nearly 600,000 total mail ballots cast, for example, in the 2023 primary, although we've reported on, contention about this issue, but this is per this report from the commissioners. Thousands of citizens' choices, though, are not counted due to those smaller errors, and we want the transparency, right? So the 2022 Republican U.S. Senate primary between Mehmet Oz and Dave McCormick, for example, remember that was decided for Oz by fewer than 1,000 votes statewide. And then remember the Montgomery County Township Supervisor's race that we talked a lot about. That's still tied because of how the county chose to count misdated ballots in the recent election. So we have this decision that Al Schmidt is talking about this morning. So we're just getting this, but these changes are just announced, required by all counties, and hopefully will streamline things. And, I think we can parse through it when we have more time, because I think for us here, we often say, look, you should have to do the same thing you have to do when you're in person. How many times have you said that, Nick?
1,000 times.
So it's a big deal, though. So we're talking about this morning.
All right.
Now, another big deal. This is quite the scandal in a town, which, there's a Texas mom. She is the talk of her Texas town. She was booted from her sex education role. Why? Well, she's 38-year-old Ashley Ketcherside. And she had many roles, including helping to decide, what was age appropriate as far as books in the school.
Now we're doing this again,
She helped coach a cheerleading group. The problem here is that other parents started to become suspicious how she made all of her money. Well, it turns out her side businesses were allegedly these escort businesses. Then they realized she had been busted and convicted on prostitution charges.
What is it with teachers and the fact that they're just so horny all the time? You ever notice this?
They are.
Teachers are just the biggest horn dogs on the planet.
They are. They can't get enough of it.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
true.
from the sick stuff like sleeping with an underage student to OnlyFans pages to this.
I know.
You know, I was always wondering why that 8th grade science teacher had a Rolls Royce.
Now, to be fair, so she was a mom who was very involved. And everybody thought that she was this girl next door kind of a mom.
It's my favorite type.
Right? But then they started finding these scantily clad images of her, and her name is like a Lola. Lola was her like working girl name, I guess.
Uh-huh.
So other moms started looking her up.
Yeah. This is Texas, right?
This is Texas.
So Lola does Dallas.
Yeah, so she's a beautiful mom, but one of them they found that it said on her site, well reviewed, and she warned no-show clients could be penalized up to $3,000.
Wow.
So they started thinking, wow, if that's your basic fee,
Yeah.
what are you doing on the escort
All
situation?
right.
So this one's making national, it's gone viral, but she actually did help to teach sex education.
Should we put her in box 4 for the remainder of the show?
You could. She's quite gorgeous.
All right.
There's another story, and we have to talk about Sylvester Stallone. We love Rocky. And the headline here is that the city of Philadelphia is declaring December 3rd, coming up this weekend, Rock Day, commemorating the 47th anniversary of Yo Adrian, the original.
You know, we can't have it both ways. We can't be triggered when the national media always, like during Sunday Night Football, when NBC's here and they show the Rocky statue and Pats and Geno's, and then we play into this from our own like city.
You are 100%
Stop
correct.
doing it. He's a fictitious character. God, I hate that guy.
You know what?
You hate him?
I'm sick of him.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Here we go.
gee, here
Just
we
go away.
Here we
I'll
go.
watch Rocky 4. I got it.
Can I tell you something?
Yes,
the last
please do.
election, Tuesday, our local election, and it was so bad. I was so bummed out. And I picked David up from school, and he goes, "Come on, Mom, let me cheer you up." And he put on Rocky 1. I don't know.
I thought he maybe played Eye of the Tiger in the car with you.
By the way, there's a documentary right now on YouTube called Sly, and it's all about him and his ups and downs. It's really, really, really good.
Yeah, because this great city and this great area is only known for its cheesesteaks, its boxer, its statue, its steps, and we booed Santa Claus. I got it.
We play into that stereotype
I know,
sometimes.
I know.
Yeah, it's true.
I know, but first of all, I love Sylvester Stallone. I do.
Kind of an overrated actor if you think about it.
What?
He's kind of a one-trick pony.
He wrote all those.
He wrote the first one. I don't know if he wrote all of them. I think
wrote
he wrote
them.
the first
That's
one.
my story.
Okay.
No, but I like his story. I like the Rocky story. It's like, dun, dun.
The
So I
Sylvester
needed-
Stallone documentary is really good.
All right, I'm
but,
gonna check it out.
But he is.
I love
I
him.
mean,
I've had
I'm
my
a
fill.
fan.
I mean, is there any real difference between Rambo and Rocky?
No, that's what I'm saying. Everything he does is the same. Oh,
exactly.
I ain't punch drunk. I just we got a little loopy.
By the way, Stallone and the Philadelphia Visitor Center Corporation, they collaborated to open the store that is there in the visitor center. It's pretty cool. And then they move the Rocky statue. That's the bottom of the steps. So anyway, it's neat. All right, it's making national news. Hey, we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. It's really the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations: Glen Mills or Springfield, or, of course, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com, where gift cards are always available. JosephAnthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:30, we have our morning mystery movie clip winner on the line. It's Joe in Richboro, Pennsylvania. Joe, good morning. What movie clip did we play for you about 7 or 8 minutes ago?
That's 42, my man.
That is correct. And you got yourself 2 tickets, not 42 tickets, but 2 tickets, a pair, to see Sebastian Maniscalco coming up in September at the Wells Fargo Center. Thanks for playing, Joe, and we certainly appreciate
Thank
you listening.
you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
There he is, Joe in Richboro. We will come back, and before we get to part 2 of the cut sheet, the UN is set to tell Americans to stop eating meat in an effort to tackle climate change. And also, wait till you hear what the World Economic Forum is willing to go to get this, basically for Americans to do what they tell you to do. This is pretty scary. We'll give you the details next on Kayal and Company.
But first, it's time to think about the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Capri. Yes, I hope you join me next spring. We're going to discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours. Nobody does it better than Conservative Tours. The Abbey of Monte Cassino Pompeii. Enough time to see all the great sites, the ancient sites in Rome as well, while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 incredible days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm. Oh, and yes, you know it, the wineries. I can't wait for the wineries, the tasting sessions together. All the group dining events they're known for, Conservative Tours, by the way, are legendary, iconic. 5267, that includes your nonstop airfare while supplies last. Just go to conservativetours.com, scroll down, you see my picture. Yes, my husband, Larry Menti, Michael and David, our teen sons. They have the toll-free number there if you want to call, if you have any questions, 888-733-9494. And by the way, you'll find out Italy's best-kept secret, Puglia, charming villages, unparalleled cuisine. And we'll find out why so many Italians take their vacations in Puglia. So authentically Italian. See you in southern Italy next spring. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
The Black Friday mega sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 42% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their easily accessible showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
Join the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center on Saturday, December 2nd to kick off the Christmas season with free admission to the museum, crafts for the kids, holiday movies, see our Christmas tree, and a 19th century inspired Christmas train display. Meet 1210's own Dom Giordano and meet former Birds player and 5-time Pro Bowler Irving Fryer. And stick around for the Philly Holiday Parade happening right outside our doors. Celebrate Christmas and experience the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center at 5th and Market Streets, where the good book meets the history book.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
An 84-year-old Israeli woman with family in Lower Merion was part of the latest hostage release by Hamas. Temperatures are dropping even more today. A code blue remains in effect in Philadelphia and surrounding counties. And today will be the private funeral for former First Lady Rosalind Carter.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman from Norman Carpet. It looked like nobody showed up to the first meeting of the Camouflage Club. No kidding, folks. Whether you need carpet for your home or business, whether it's your boardroom, bedroom, or investment property, I've got just the thing at half price. Whether you visit my showroom on Lancaster Avenue in Bryn Mawr or my warehouse in Conshohocken, you'll save big. Call me at 1-800-220-RUGS. That's Norman Carpet, 1-800-220-RUGS, or visit us at normancarpet.net.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Kayal Company, 9:35 Wednesday morning. Very beautiful blue, sunny skies type of day. Although it's, I don't know, negative 42 degrees out. But anyway, could be worse, right? It could be worse. What's on the cut sheet part due in just about 3 or 4 minutes. We'll also find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today, who won Twitter and YouTube today, and all sorts of other good stuff on the way. But I do want to wrap up with the final story of the day. This from the Daily Mail. And we also have some audio to go with this. So the United Nations agency is expected to call on Western countries, including the United States of America, to drastically reduce their meat consumption, all in an effort to combat climate change. The UN's Food and Agricultural Organization, the FAO, announced it will publish a roadmap with global food recommendations during its COP28 climate summit in Dubai, which will start tomorrow and last for 2 weeks. In a first-of-its-kind document, the agency will call upon nations that overconsume meat to limit consumption to reduce greenhouse emissions. It will also issue guidelines on how farmers can adapt to erratic weather and reduce emissions from food waste and fertilizer. However, the U.S. agriculture industry only accounts for 1.4% of the global emissions and 10% of total greenhouse gas emissions. China is a far larger contributor to global emissions than the United States is. Now, so you're sitting here saying, okay, so what exactly are they saying? Well, basically, that ribeye that you like to have once a month, that strip steak you like to get when you go out to a nice steakhouse, that filet, yeah, you need to scale back or flat out just stop eating red meat, all in a effort to save the planet. But what if you don't want to do that? What if you say, like me, Nick Kayal, no, I'm not. I'm going to have that ribeye, even if it's $26.99 a pound, Joe Biden. I'm going to have that strip steak. I'm going to cook that sucker medium well, medium rare, medium, whatever preferred temperature you like. And I'm going to enjoy what men like to do, and that's eat beef. Okay, so now you have these nut jobs at the World Economic Forum. I saw Zioli tweet about this. This is in response to this video and audio we're about to play, where the WEF says if people refuse to give up meat, they will have to be forced to go through human engineering by making the human being intolerant to the red meat, perhaps through a mosquito bite. Oh boy, that is riveting stuff. So
what could possibly go wrong with that?
I love these people from the WEF, this forced change of human behavior and the mantra of by 2032 you will own nothing and you will love life. So let's listen to this nut job here from the WEF, who, oh, by the way, he also likes red meat, but I guess he's willing to go through with the change to help the climate. Take a listen to this crazy soundbite.
So I'll give two examples. So one is that people eat too much meat, right? And if they were to cut down on their consumption of meat, then they would it would actually really help the planet. But people are not willing to give up meat. Yeah, you know, some people will be willing to, but other people, they may be willing to, but they have a weakness of will. They say, wow, this steak is just too juicy. I can't do it. I'm one of those, by the way. So, you know, but so here's the thought, right? So it turns out that we know a lot about, we have these intolerance to, for example, I have milk intolerance. And some people are intolerant to crayfish. So possibly we can use human engineering to make it the case that we're intolerant to certain kinds of meat, to certain kinds of bovine proteins. And there's actually analogs of this in life. There's this thing called the Lone Star tick, where if it bites you, you'll become allergic to meat. I can sort of describe the mechanism. So that's something that we can do through human engineering. We can kind of possibly address really big world problems through human engineering.
Oh my God.
Why do I get the feeling that they're going to engineer some sort of tick that will
God.
be created in a lab that will end up starting biting Americans, and then all of a sudden we're going to be like, man, I had a strip steak and I was in the toilet for 2 days. I'm intolerant
it exists.
to it.
Yeah.
I actually, a family member's best friend, she was bitten by a tick, and whatever this is, it makes you allergic to meat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's that.
And
It's that
it
Lone
called?
Star. It's that Lone Star tick bite. They're extremely rare, but there are people
it's deadly.
that. Yes.
If you have red meat, because I was at a wedding and it was like everybody was freaked out, like don't get near red meat, but it can be deadly.
Yeah. And the WEF is basically saying, like, we can do this.
That's what's scary. That's the scary part.
That's scary.
They're engineering this stuff.
Make you allergic to meat, so your consumption of meat goes down.
Yeah, and it's not. Well, some people just don't have the willpower. No, I have the willpower to quit anything. I could quit bourbon today and never need a cocktail the rest of my life. I'm not going to allow the government to tell me what I can eat and what I can't. That's the issue here. It's not the willpower of human beings.
That might be the scariest thing I've ever heard.
I know. I saw that just now on Twitter. We had to play that.
And, you know, they love to attack meat, but what about the rich and famous? What about their private jet emissions?
Yep.
So I looked this up, and it was like a year ago. They said that, you know, these are thousands of metric tons of CO2 emissions. It's the equivalent of all emissions from the energy used by over 1,000 homes in the entire United States for a year.
Yeah.
That's what celebrities use.
And think about private flights, too. Taylor Swift just flew back from Argentina or wherever she was on a private flight to go see Travis Kelce. but my red meat consumption twice a month is going to kill the climate.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
It's nauseating to think about, and that's coming from a former vegetarian too. I went 10+ years without eating a single piece of meat. I did it for health and humanitarian reasons. Now I look back and I'm just like, there's so much crap, processed crap that I was putting in my body at that time because I didn't want to eat meat. I was like, it's better, healthier, and safer to just eat a steak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
It just is, and it's really scary. I don't understand how this whole, because Dr. Sean Baker is this doctor who does this like carnivore only diet where he only eats meat, and he's actually had a lot of success with it.
Wow.
And he said his cholesterol is a little higher, but but it doesn't, like, everything else is lower. And his doctor actually said that whole thing with high cholesterol is not always a terrible thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And remember the story about Burger King. They found that they could reduce the emissions by at least a third, by 33%, if they just fed the cows a different kind of, I think it was a lemongrass.
Yeah.
And so they can do other things rather than imposing like some kind of freako mosquito bites. That God knows what that's going to do.
Well, Abe Bergman on the YouTube chat says, I think they just gave away where that tit came from.
I know. They're saying, you notice that lately they're just saying the quiet stuff out loud too frequently?
Absolutely. There's too many people in the world. We need to eliminate people.
Yep.
We need to eliminate meat, and we'll go by any means necessary to get it done.
That is correct. All right, 9:43 as we get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by United Tire. We love our Philly sports teams just as much as they love us, cheering them on. Same goes for the great teams over at United Tire. The owners make customer satisfaction their priority, working with you to get you back on the road faster. So when it comes to car service, trust United Tire. I am a customer of United Tire. I go to the one in Willow Grove. You should too. United Tire. Check them out. All right. Just have time for one cut here, but that cut was amazing. So thank you for bringing that to ours.
Sure.
Have you guys seen this this caravan, this train of illegal immigrants, migrants, whatever you call them, on top of them?
I seen it.
Coming to the United States.
Yeah.
Fox News interviewed the Texas DPS Lieutenant Chris Olivares about this, and he had some strong words for this. I'm going to go to cut 6 here, Phil. Go.
This compared to the group that you're seeing here as a steady stream of migrants continue to head to Eagle Pass. This train was seen leaving Central Mexico yesterday and is expected to arrive in the city across from me this week. I want to bring in Lieutenant Chris Olivares. You brought us along last night.
It's like the double-decker bus in a city.
Do we know when that train's expected to arrive, and what happens when it does arrive to the city just across from us?
Well, typically is what we see when we see these type of caravans. The method of transportation is usually trains. So once they make it to the northern part of Mexico, they'll get broken up into smaller groups, and then we'll see them cross between the ports of entry. Now, we do expect the train to arrive very soon, but of course, we've been seeing a constant flow here in Eagle Pass with illegal immigrants crossing between ports of entry. And when you talk about the gotaways, you talk about the sheer number of people that are crossing, well, the taxpayer, the communities here in Eagle Pass are having to shoulder that burden. And it's our responsibility as a state to try to prevent some of these illegal crossings. But as long as the federal government continues to incentivize illegal immigration, we're going to continue seeing this flow of illegal immigration between ports of entry, and also these trains and caravans making their way to the border.
As long as the government continues to incentivize illegal activity. That's remarkable. I got to tell you, we always hear about Eagle Pass, Texas. Could you imagine being a United States resident living in Eagle Pass, Texas, and having to endure this on a daily basis?
Seeing that, like, they're all coming for Texas.
Yes.
Like, that's where they're all going.
And if you saw in the video I mean, it's a train, it's a freight train, basically, and they're sitting on top of it.
Yep. Yeah.
The train's all spray painted up with graffiti, like most trains look like, and they're literally riding on the top of it, like you would do if you were in the back of a truck with somebody and you're just going for a joyride.
It's really a sight to see.
You know what it reminds me of? I think of South Philadelphia, how they have, during an Eagles game, let's say, and all the residents are like, no, you're not parking on our street.
Mm-hmm.
It would almost be like that. Like if those residents in South Philadelphia during an Eagles game, everybody could just like show up on your front lawn or on your back patio and urinate on your, you know what I mean?
Yeah, a bunch of Cowboy fans.
Right? A bunch of Cowboy fans. But imagine the impact of that, not just for a game, not that they do that because they don't allow it, but because the cops block it off. But I'm just saying, imagine that like every day. That's what that town deals with.
Every day. This is not immigration. This is an invasion. This is what we're watching right now.
Yep.
An invasion right into our nation.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Absolutely. And by the way, Trump needs to make this central to his case because we already know where Biden stands on this. So Trump needs to make this essential to his campaign.
Yep.
And that would do him a ton of favor because I think the majority of people, Nick, feel like you do.
To me, it's the third biggest issue. Number one, the economy. Number two, the crime that we have domestically in this country. And then number three, the border.
Well, we talked earlier, guys, about emotions. That's an emotional thing on both sides too, because you get the bleeding hearts who are like, well, these are people. Where else are they going to go? They're escaping a bad life. But you also have the people who are like, they're going to come here and take my job.
But for the people that have already made up their mind or don't pay attention or vote or will try to vote emotionally despite the facts. Like if the economy doesn't motivate you and you still vote Biden, if you show them the border, is that really going to change their mind? I really don't think it does.
Yeah.
Like if your wallet being lighted doesn't change your voting pattern just because you see some trains in El Paso, Texas, does that make you want to vote for Trump all of a sudden? Sadly, these people won't.
Yeah, to your point, though, I think that if you support more immigration, let's say, or allowing more folks to come in, then isn't the question, hey, Joe Biden never had a plan.
Right.
The plan should never be, hey, everybody, come on in. That's not a plan. That's cruel to the people coming in.
Yep. All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Coming up next, we find out what's on tap for The Dawn Show and who won Twitter and YouTube today. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
I want to talk to you about Mike Garvey at Pro Health Plans. If you pay for your own health insurance or you're looking for coverage, do not go online looking for quotes. You'll get endless calls from call centers and they will not stop. Instead, call Mike, an expert with over 30 years experience, and he can provide sound advice for your health insurance needs. Their plans let you pick your doctors, and it's 30 to 60% lower cost than Obamacare. The monthly premiums are independent of your income, so there will be no surprise tax bills. If you pay for your own health insurance, own a small business, you're underinsured, you're on COBRA, or your employer coverage is just too expensive, call Mike at 610-529-1106. That's 610-529-1106. 610-529-1106. Or go to prohealthplans.com. That's prohealthplans.com. They will custom design a plan managed by you. not the government.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I love crab cakes. He loves crab cakes. She loves crab cakes. Captain Chucky's Crab Cake Company. We love crabcakes.com. Made fresh daily. Party trays, shrimp soups, desserts, and much more. Find out why everybody loves Captain Chucky's. We love crabcakes.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal Company, 9:53 on a Wednesday morning. I just saw Big Lou in the hallways. He's on number 2 as well. I love that commercial. I crack up like a little kid every time I hear it. Big Lou.
I hate it.
But coming up in 7 minutes, we have the Dawn Show. Big Lou will not be a guest, but I'm guessing there'll be a few good insights and guests that'll be lined up in the next 2 hours.
Yeah, so there's a lot breaking today. There's a lot of news that we want to get to, including hearing from the other side of the plea deal and the widows. We get to hear from their reaction as the drunk driver was sentenced and cut a plea deal on a story that we've covered extensively. So we'll get to that story as well as all the breaking news. Coming up right at 10:30, we have Beth Ann Rossica, and we'll talk a lot about, what she's writing about, expanding on her latest articles, including one, Villanova moms win big at the battle for Atlantis. So we'll also ask Beth Ann about this latest ruling just this morning, changing the mail-in ballots and hopefully, preparing for more transparency.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti, our friend, will be along at 11 a.m., 11:05-ish, and we'll talk about all things with the new police commissioner, as well as some of the things that have been happening in and around our region just this morning, and some warnings, especially leading up to the holidays, especially in the suburbs. So
okay.
It's all coming up.
Very good. Dawn Show just 5 minutes out as we wrap up a Wednesday with Who on Twitter and YouTube today.
Who on Twitter?
Who on Twitter, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. I'm going to give Twitter to Road Warrior. He says, every one of these candidates who run against Trump bury themselves, especially Rod.
I love Rod.
The next new leader on the horizon is J.D. Vance. Vivek can't connect with Gen Z. He's the smart kid in the high school we hated.
Ooh.
Mustard.
And then...
Who won?
YouTube, I'm giving it to on the train full of migrants coming across the border. Newman Price wins YouTube. He says it's like a party where you only have one case of beer and someone you didn't really know is coming and has invited 200 people.
Yeah.
You're paying, you're hosting, and they're going to trash your house.
Yeah, we all know that person, don't we?
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
All right. Tomorrow night, we will have DeSantis Newsom, the Sean Hannity Fox News debate at 9 o'clock. And, oh, by the way, tomorrow morning on the show at 9 a.m., our buddy Sean Farash will join us yet again for his latest Trump impersonations.
How does that sound?
Sounds great, Mr. President. So stay tuned. Dawn is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as Mr. Fetterman would say,
good night, everybody.
Listen to Kayal Company every morning this week at 9:20 and win tickets for Sebastian Maniscalco before they go on sale. You can win a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco's It Ain't Right Tour 2024 at the Wells Fargo Center on September 27, 2024.
If you want to get a temperature gauge on what society is looking like, go to jury duty. The people there are one step away from being a defendant.
Tickets on sale 10 a.m. Friday, December 1st at Ticketmaster.com. Listen to Kayal and Company mornings at 9:20 this week on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50% to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural